House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 1st, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Ed Perlmutter to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Today's prayer will be offered by our chaplain, Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Lord, you are gracious and righteous. You, O God, our God, are full of compassion. Hear our voices this morning. O Lord, hear our cries for your mercy. May we call on you this day and every day as long as we live. Today, we lay before you the deliberations of this past week and ask your blessing. Where we have fallen short, we pray that you, in your generosity, would weave our failings into the marvelous tapestry of your grace plan, that despite our inadequacies and missteps, your will would be revealed. We pray your blessings over our accomplishments. Advance them in accordance with your will, that the good we intended would align with your intent and reflect your grand design. And as the week comes to a close, we pray you grant our lawmakers respite from their labor, refreshment with family and friends, that upon their return next week they would be rejuvenated in their service to you and to this country. In hope for your favor and in the strength of your merciful name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceeding is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lee.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the resignations of the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Fortenberry, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Vela, the whole number of the House is now 430. The chair will now entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
To amend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Affordable Insulin Now Act is a just act. This personal affliction of diabetes affects thousands and millions of families every day. The price of insulin is too much for hardworking American families. And the Affordable Insulin Now Act is something that is going to bring life to individuals and opportunity for families. My father died from diabetes 10 days before our son Christian was born. I hoped and prayed that he would live long enough so I could present him to his grandson, but that didn't happen. That's what this affliction does. It robs time, it robs the life out of people, and that doesn't need to happen. For $35 a month, no, not hundreds of dollars, this act will help relieve families. I'd like to thank Ms. Craig, Kildee, and McBath for introducing this bill. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize St. Mary's Area Middle School in St. Mary's, Pennsylvania. On March 17th, students and staff participated in the Mini-Thon. This is a smaller version of the Penn State University's Thon. Throughout the day, students participated in various activities to raise money for the Four Diamond Fund to assist children and families in their battle with cancer. One of the many ways students raised funds was through the Duct Tape Your Principal Challenge, and this brought in over $900. And Dom Sura, the assistant principal, was duct taped to the gymnasium wall. Due to the tremendous support from students, staff, and the community, St. Mary's Area Middle School raised more than $12,237. Mr. Speaker, please join me in congratulating the students and the staff for their tremendous achievement for such a righteous cause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute, rise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past week, we celebrated the life of Don Young, Dean of the House, 49 years here representing the state of Alaska. He was a Republican, but before he was a Republican, he was an American. And he wanted this House to work and this House to work together. Don Young voted for the bipartisan infrastructure bill because he knew infrastructure and roads and airports and river ports and trains made this country move and made business happen. I hope we will not forget Don Young, not just because of his oversized and lovable personality and the warmth that he exuded to all of us, but for the fact that he was bipartisan and wanted this House to work. There's a motto up there above the Speaker's lectern that says, "Get something done while you're here that is memorable and important." Look at that and remember Don Young. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
To request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the latest Gallup poll shows most Americans are concerned about the cost and availability of energy now more than any time in the last decade, and for good reason. Thanks to President Biden's anti-American energy agenda, we are all paying more for the fuel necessary to fill our cars, heat our homes, and run our businesses. 1 short year ago, I warned if the President's destructive actions toward America's domestic energy production during his first week in office are any indication on where our energy policy is headed over the next 4 years, our nation is on a dangerous path. Today, that warning has come true. This destruction is entirely self-inflicted, and it's entirely avoidable. To solve the energy crisis and deliver relief for the American people, President Biden must remove the ban on new drilling, reopen the Keystone Pipeline, and unleash American energy dominance. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and service of Captain James T. Ballou. Captain Ballou was tragically killed in a helicopter crash at Hunter Army Airfield in Savannah, Georgia, earlier this week on March 30th. He was a native of Charlottesville, Virginia, and entered the United States Army in 2017 as a medical service officer. In 2019, he became an aeromedical evacuation officer, and in 2020, he was assigned to the 3rd Infantry Division. This sudden and tragic loss has dealt a heavy blow to the brigade, division, community, and his family. During his service, Captain Ballou had successfully evacuated critically ill COVID-19 patients to better care across the country and was the top platoon leader in his company. He was decorated with the Army Achievement Medal, National Defense Service Medal, and the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, among other accolades. Captain Ballou was a hero in its truest sense, and he will never be forgotten. May God bless his family, friends, fellow service members, and may God bless our troops. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrat policies have created multiple crises. The highest spike in prices in 40 years, gas prices over $4 a gallon, a violent crime crisis, and school closures that have drastically harmed our children, and so many other items. President Biden's budget, which was released this week, deliberately makes every crisis American families are facing that much worse. With $73 trillion in spending, Biden doubles down on his delusion that spending more will cause inflation to go down when Americans are facing a $5,200 inflation tax this year. Biden's budget charges Americans another $2.5 trillion in taxes, upwards of $4 trillion if you count the Build Back Broke agenda, which he tries to put in the budget as being free. American families, they can't afford what this budget is costing. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in objection to Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's appointment to the Supreme Court. She's an activist, not a constitutionalist. Repeatedly, she has reduced sentences to convicted child sex torturers and pornographers. One example, an individual who deserved 10 years, she gave only 3 months of a sentence. She was in favor of an extended buffer zone around abortion clinics in Massachusetts, which is a blatant attempt to limit the free speech rights of peaceful protesters who stand for life. In her confirmation hearing, she would not even define the word woman, which is an indication of potential future attacks on religious liberties, among other things. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson would ensure a radical left-wing agenda on the Supreme Court for decades to come, and America deserves better. America deserves a constitutional judge on the Supreme Court. And with that, I urge my senators from Georgia and other senators to vote no on her confirmation. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1017, I call up H.R. 3617, the Marijuana Opportunity Reinvestment and Expungement Act, or the MORE Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 203, H.R. 3617, a bill to decriminalize and deschedule cannabis, to provide for reinvestment in certain persons adversely impacted by the war on drugs, to provide for expungement of certain cannabis offenses, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1017, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-37, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of House Report 117-285, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 3617.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 3617, the Marijuana Opportunity Reinvestment and Expungement Act, or the MORE Act, is long overdue legislation that would reverse decades of failed federal policies based on the criminalization of marijuana. It would also take steps to address the heavy toll these policies have taken across the country, particularly among communities of color. For far too long, we have treated marijuana as a criminal justice problem instead of as a matter of personal choice and public health. Whatever one's views are on the use of marijuana for recreational or medicinal use, the policy of arrest, prosecution, and incarceration at the federal level has proven both unwise and unjust. That is why the MORE Act would set a new path forward and would begin to correct some of the injustices of the last 50 years. The bill decriminalizes marijuana at the federal level by removing it from the Controlled Substances Act. This change applies retroactively to prior and pending convictions. It does not, however, undermine the ability of states to apply their criminal laws to marijuana or to legalize and regulate it as they see fit. The bill also eliminates barriers to medical research, allows the VA to recommend medical marijuana to veterans living with PTSD, and it allows financial institutions to service the marijuana industry. It provides for expungement or resentencing of certain federal marijuana arrests and convictions, and it supports expungement programs at the state and local levels. In addition, the bill authorizes a sales tax on marijuana sales and directs those revenues to an opportunity trust fund to support communities harmed by the war on drugs. It also establishes a wide range of grant programs to support equal access to the benefits of decriminalization. When it comes to our immigration laws, the bill prospectively and retroactively ensures that marijuana will not be considered a controlled substance, directly mirroring the protection and relief under the criminal justice provisions of the bill. This protects individuals from the collateral consequences for marijuana activity and ensures that immigrants can participate in their state's legal cannabis industry. In recent years, 36 states and the District of Columbia have legalized medical cannabis. 19 states and the District of Columbia have legalized cannabis for adult recreational use. If states are the laboratories of democracy, it is long past time for the federal government to recognize that legalization has been a resounding success and that the conflict with federal law has become untenable. While I am proud to be the sponsor of this legislation, there are many people who are responsible for getting us to this point today, and I want to thank them for their efforts. This includes Congresswoman Barbara Lee, the mother of this movement, and Congressman Blumenauer, whose dogged persistence was critical to moving this legislation forward. Congressman Cohen has also been a longtime champion and an important voice in the movement for reform, as has Congresswoman Jackson Lee, who helped shepherd this legislation to the floor. I also want to thank Chairman Neal, who has been a critical partner in drafting the revenue provisions in this bill and in helping move this legislation to the floor, as well as Chairman McGovern, who structured a good debate on this bill. Finally, Speaker Pelosi, Whip Clyburn, and Chairman Jeffries have all been steadfast in their support of this legislation, and I want to particularly thank Majority Leader Hoyer for everything he has done to bring this bill to the floor. Mr. Speaker, criminal penalties for marijuana offenses and the resulting collateral consequences are unjust and harmful to our society. The MORE Act comprehensively addresses these injustices, and I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there's a war raging in Ukraine, killing thousands and thousands of innocent people. Gasoline, diesel, grocery prices are through the roof. For all practical purposes, we don't have a southern border anymore, so hundreds of thousands of immigrants continue to flood into the United States, and the situation there is about to get much worse. Rampant inflation is making short work of the hard-earned money of all Americans, but the main priority for the Democrats this week isn't Ukraine, skyrocketing gasoline prices, 8% inflation, or the border crisis. No, instead, it's marijuana. It's been obvious for years that at some point marijuana was going to be formally legalized. What's deeply and truly disturbing, however, about this bill is its failure to address the clear consequences of legalization, such as what this drug does to children, to drivers on our highways, to the mental health of up to 30% of those adults who choose to use marijuana, to communities inundated with hundreds, if not thousands, of foreign cartel-operated, unlicensed, out of control marijuana grows, and finally, to those who actually try to produce cannabis marijuana legally. Let's take a closer look at Oregon, my state, to see what really happens when marijuana is legalized without careful and necessary thought. The picture behind me is a hoop house. It's about 100 feet long and 50 feet wide. At current retail, it will produce about $6 million worth of marijuana a year. Next picture is a picture of a grow consisting of 30 to 40 hoop houses. By the way, these are all in my district in Southern Oregon. If each of these hoop houses is in full production, 40 hoop houses would generate $240 million at retail of marijuana each year. To put this in perspective, there are currently 180 grows like this in Jackson County, Oregon alone, many of them which are illegal, hundreds upon hundreds of hoop houses. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent that a video taken from a helicopter of approximately 180 grows in Jackson County be entered into the record.
Chair can't entertain that request.
I'll move on. These operations are in large part unlicensed, uncontrolled, unregulated, operating on stolen water, ignoring building codes, ignoring land use laws, ignoring labor laws, and importing thousands upon thousands of immigrants to work in squalor and in fear. Why? Because the federal government has refused to help the overwhelmed local law enforcement officers meet the huge challenge these cartels present. In fact, months ago, I directly asked Attorney General Garland, and again several weeks ago, for his assistance in getting the FBI, Homeland Security, and the DEA to help us in Southern Oregon, and I've heard nothing, absolutely nothing back from him. This is why it's essential that any bill dealing with legalization include significant money for law enforcement. We're certainly not getting any help from the Attorney General. This picture behind me is what the living conditions are like for the immigrants working for the cartels. We are experiencing one of the worst droughts in the history of the western United States. Water is gold in my district. Cartels are stealing water and using it to grow marijuana. Water regulators in Southern Oregon have been threatened with death by cartel members when they've tried to stop water theft. Here's a picture of some of the stolen water. When the crop is harvested, hoop houses are abandoned. The migrant laborers disappear, and the mess is left for someone else to clean up. Here's what that looks like. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record the Politico article labeled "Why Legal Weed Didn't Kill Oregon's Black Market," dated January 14th, 2022.
Without objection.
It's absolutely essential that any bill legalizing marijuana include significant funding for law enforcement, which will be absolutely and particularly necessary to control the cartels that will flood into farming areas such as Southern Oregon. Simply setting up a penalty, as this bill does, for failing to register will not work without the concurrent means of enforcement. Do not let the defunding the police thinking that currently is in this bill lead the nation into the same ecological, human, and social disaster we now face in Oregon. The bill fails to address impairment. It fails to address the ever-increasing potency of the drug. It fails to address the age at which marijuana can be legally used. It fails to address the impact the bill's 5% and quickly rising to 8% gross receipts tax, when added to the state and local taxes, will have in driving the black market source of marijuana. The federal tax, when added in, will make legal marijuana almost 30% more expensive than that which is on the black market. The bill fails to correctly clarify the differences between marijuana and hemp. This is essential if the hemp market is to be protected from the policies and regulations associated with marijuana. This bill is the wrong approach. We should be addressing the crises created by the Biden administration, not passing an incomplete, inadequate, and damaging to our children and communities stimulus marijuana bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would commend the attention of the gentleman to the sections of the bill that deal with all the different problems he raised. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, a member of the committee, Mr. Cohen.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman and I thank Mo for my time. I rise in support of the MORE Act, which would finally reform how we deal with marijuana laws and how we should. Mr. Benz said we should put more money into law enforcement. That's the opposite of what we should do. Decriminalizing means cops spend less time busting people for marijuana possession and more time looking for people committing violent crime. That's a better use of law enforcement time. Maurice Henchy and Sam Farr on this side of the aisle knew it when they were here. They sponsored bills, as did Don Young and Dana Rohrabacher on the other side of the aisle, because it was a libertarian freedom issue. It's no secret the war on drugs failed. Harry Anslinger started it in the 1930s, and he vilified Hispanic Americans and said this was a way to get them. And then Richard Nixon even had a commission that said we should decriminalize marijuana, but then decided, because of Ehrlichman and Haldeman, that no, the Nixon strategy was better designed at going after marijuana because blacks and hippies who protested the war were his opponents, and we needed to go after them. So they turned it around. They never legalized, as the commission said they should, and they made the war on drugs worse. It then went on and on. Marijuana is less dangerous than alcohol. People do not smoke marijuana and beat up their wives, or get angry and beat up others, or drive their cars in wildly dangerous conditions, fast speeds, and kill others. Congress has been out of step on this issue. It's called cultural lag. We're finally coming around to rescheduling it from Schedule 1, where it's in a class with heroin and methamphetamines, which is absurd. We should have research. We must deschedule marijuana. We must decriminalize it at the federal level. Now is the time to do some remedies to our federal marijuana laws. This is an historic time. I thank Mr. Nadler, Ms. Lee, and the others who've championed this bill, Mr. Blumenauer, and let's move forward and do the right thing. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to mention that I have read the bill very carefully, Chair Nadler, and there is nothing in the bill allocating money to law enforcement. Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from Oregon. Our country continues to suffer under the many crises created by the Biden administration and Democrat policies. You know, the border crisis, the crime crisis, the inflation crisis, the energy crisis, and yet the priority of this Congress now turns to expanding access to addictive, behavior-altering recreational drugs at a time when our country is also experiencing increased addiction, depression, and suicide. What's worse, we want to target those individuals and communities who are historically most impacted by the harm of illegal drugs and provide federal funding to help enable criminals to open and operate now legal drug businesses. We have rising violent crime in Democrat-run cities across the country. More drug use won't help that. We have 100,000 Americans die of overdoses last year, the leading cause of death in Americans ages 18 to 45. More drug use won't help that. Our government schools and our education systems are failing us. More drug use won't help that. But in fact, this legislation has no prohibitions on edible forms of marijuana, flavored vape products, or other efforts to target specifically teens and young people. Meanwhile, we have surrendered operational control of our southern border to the Mexican crime cartels. And we've got fentanyl and other dangerous drugs streaming into our country at historic levels because of this president's open border policies. Of course, what's his solution? Let's end Title 42, which is predicted to increase the daily crossings from the current 7,000 a day to as much as 18,000 a day. That's over 500,000 a month. How might this impact the illegal drug trade across our country? Law enforcement tells me that legalizing marijuana will force the criminal element to redouble their efforts into hard, more dangerous drugs to replace the profit that's been lost from marijuana. You can also look at the states that have already legalized it, and you can see the increased addiction,
Gentleman's time has
dependency, and
expired.
homelessness that
Gentleman's
has caused.
time has expired.
We should be ashamed of ourselves for
The
considering
gentleman's
this
time
legislation
has
and
expired.
I oppose this bill.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to distinguished Chairman of the Democratic Caucus, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the distinguished chairman for yielding and for his tremendous leadership, as well as all of my colleagues who have worked on the MORE Act. Richard Nixon began the failed war on drugs a little over 50 years ago in 1971. At the time, there were less than 300,000 Americans incarcerated in this country. Today, there are 2.3 million. Disproportionately Black and Latino. Many of those individuals who have been incarcerated are there because of non-violent drug offenses, often marijuana possession and use. The United States of America incarcerates more people than any other country in the world, including per capita China and Russia combined. That's a stain on our democracy. We have an over-criminalization problem in America. We have a mass incarceration problem in America. We have a prison industrial complex in America. It doesn't advance public safety, and it hurts economic development. It has ruined individuals, ruined lives, ruined families, and ruined communities, particularly in communities of color. It's time to end the federal cannabis prohibition. It's time to deschedule it. It's time to decriminalize marijuana. It's time to invest in communities in a way that makes sense, both from a public safety standpoint as well as a fairness, equity, and justice standpoint. It's time to pass the MORE Act. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to mention that there's about $400 million that would have been raised last year under this bill had this tax been in place, and none of that money goes to public safety. It goes to rebuild community space, but not public safety. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Georgia,
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman for Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how is it that we here in Congress, in the face of all the domestic and international crises that we are facing right now, that we're here talking about decriminalizing and descheduling marijuana? Now, we're all going to go home this weekend. And what are our constituents going to be talking about? They're going to be talking about the price of gas. They're going to be talking about the price of food. They're going to be talking about the price that they have to pay to heat their homes. They're going to turn on the TV, and what are they going to see? They're going to see in real time Ukrainians being bombed by Russia, fleeing for their life. And what are we doing here in Congress? Talking about marijuana? You got to be kidding me. Mr. Speaker, as you know, I'm a pharmacist. I know addiction. I know, and I've studied addiction. I can tell you, marijuana is nothing more than a gateway drug. It leads to other, harder drugs. Don't try to justify this by saying, oh, alcohol's a drug and it's legalized. That's not what we do. That makes no sense whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, we had a hearing in the Energy and Commerce Committee. We had 10 parents before us whose children had died due to opioid addiction. Not 8 out of 10, not 9 out of 10, but 10 out of 10 of those parents said they smoked marijuana to begin with. 10 out of 10. It is a gateway drug that leads to harder drugs. This is not a Republican-Democrat situation here. This is an American problem. You know that we had 100,000 Americans die of overdose last year. Mr. Speaker, this is misguided. This is wrong. This is not what we should be discussing.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Cicilline.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the MORE Act, legislation that takes an important step in rectifying some of the harm caused by the failed war on drugs. The enforcement of marijuana laws has been a major driver of mass incarceration in the United States. Hundreds of thousands of people are arrested each year for marijuana-related charges, very often just possession. This has in turn led to our federal prison system operating at 103% of capacity. And too many of these offenders are serving time for nonviolent drug-related crimes. A drug-related conviction, even for possession, can be devastating for the rest of a person's life, making it difficult or even impossible to vote, get a job, be approved for a loan, or even qualify for a government program. And as we know, these consequences have had massively disproportionate impact on communities of color, as Chairman Jeffries just mentioned. And this current system, frankly, doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense, not for community safety, not for the functioning of an effective prison system, and not for successful rehabilitation. By removing marijuana from the federal controlled substances list, allowing for the expulsion of marijuana offenses, and providing support to communities most impacted by the failed war on drugs, the MORE Act is a long overdue step in restoring justice and reversing the harms caused by the war on drugs. I want to thank Chairman Nadler for his extraordinary leadership on this issue. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this legislation and to support it here today. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes and reversing the gross injustice that the war on drugs has produced and bring sensible policy back into place. And I again want to end by thanking everyone who's worked on this for so many years, but particularly our chairman for his passionate and strong leadership. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Rhode Island yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Big.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. It's great to be here. I got a kick out of the gentleman from Tennessee showing his age. He's talking about pot when it was 2% THC. He's thinking pot's still this drug where people get goofy and they eat Cheetos and nacho cheese Doritos. He's not talking about the 99% THC pot that's being sold in some of these states where they've legalized recreational pot. So I think that's really fun. Really fun and anachronistic. Very good to go back and think about how things were in the late 60s, early 70s. But let's talk about, how about a Mother Jones article that I have before me where they are analyzing the use of pot and they're talking about, hey, look, this is what happens. You start seeing paranoia and psychosis come in, and they're referring to New Zealand studies, long-term longitudinal studies about the dangers of pot. That's interesting. We're not going to even talk about that because we don't have time to talk about that because we're focusing here on descheduling marijuana. And what that does is that incentivizes marijuana use and distribution. But this bill is also reckless in its approach. It provides no limits on or requirements to clearly identify the potency of marijuana or its extracts or concentrates. In '95, for instance, the THC concentration was about 4% on average. Today, it goes between 20 and 99%. It also doesn't deal with what the Surgeon General says needs to be the case, that the age limit should be under age 25. This doesn't get into any age limit, doesn't cover that, yet that's what the Surgeon General says. In fact, the Surgeon General's advisory says human brain continues to develop from birth into the mid-20s, vulnerable to the effects of addictive substances. I don't know, like marijuana. In fact, it goes on to say frequent marijuana use during adolescence is associated with changes in the areas of the brain involving attention, memory, decision-making, and motivation. Adolescent marijuana use is associated with declines in IQ, school performance and attendance, and life satisfaction, increased rates of suicide attempts. And you know what this bill does? It's a lot of fun, folks. What it does is says, you know, you can distribute this if under federal law anyway, you can distribute this to an 11-year-old kid. 11-year-old kid's going to have marijuana, be able to use it. You can't do anything to them here for that, that's for sure. But what it does do is it creates a tax crime, So you get rid of your marijuana crime, creates some tax crimes, and we all know how great the tax code is for being ease of use and understanding. Section 3 of the bill removes marijuana from the Schedule Controlled Substances Act. It would no longer be a federal crime to possess or sell marijuana, including to 11-year-olds. Section 5, however, puts it into the tax code. I think there's another fun aspect here. It talks about 600,000 arrests annually, yet the reality is that's for state and local crimes. In fact, there were 1,100 marijuana convictions in 2020. You know what those, under federal law, you know what those convictions were? Those were for transport distribution. Yeah, now you're not going to be able to get to anybody for that. So let's talk about how well this has worked in the LA Times pieces that talk about this. LA Times does a massive expose. And what do they find out? They say Prop 64 was going to solve all these problems. Solve the problems. Instead, what you have are thousands of illegal grow dispensaries. Why? Because they have a Byzantine code like what these guys are setting up here today. And so you have a crisis in LA County, San Bernardino County, and also in Riverside County. Those grow farms use forced labor, as Mr. Bentz so eloquently talked about, the Oregon grow farms. These are being run in Southern California by the cartels who originate in Mexico, Ukraine, Russia, Bulgaria, and China. Yeah, that's what you're going to do. You're going to federalize this. Well done. This is a piece of garbage. I oppose this legislation, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. I thank the lead sponsor, Chairman Nadler, for problem solving. Blumenauer and Cohen and Congresswoman Lee and all of those who galvanized all of us and was pleased to be able to lead this through the crime subcommittee. The war on drugs simply failed. And I'm glad that one interpretation that has just been evidenced by my good friend on the other side of the aisle will have little weight and little basis. Because what we're doing here is solving a problem. Let me just indicate from the health affairs culture of health, a black person is still nearly 4 times more likely to be arrested for cannabis possession than a white person. To summarize this bill, it deals with federal decriminalization, taxation, and expungement. It does not stop the DA, Department of Justice, the FBI, or anyone else from doing its job. The bill would remove marijuana as a cannabis from the list or schedule of federally controlled substances. This means that going forward, individuals can no longer be prosecuted federally for marijuana offenses. This does not mean that marijuana would now be legal throughout the United States. The bill would simply remove the federal government from the business of prosecuting marijuana cases, which would leave the question of legality to individual states. 47 states already have some form of legal use of marijuana. So let me share, my friends, the points that they're going to make. The bill was designed to help individuals who have been caught up in the criminal justice system for possessing small amounts of marijuana for personal use. It was not designed to help drug traffickers. By the way, the president has given over $1 billion to Ukraine as one of the steadfast leaders and has galvanized NATO and our allies, and not one of us needs to challenge the president or any one of us in our fight to help Ukraine. And let me make it very clear about crime. Read the president's budget. He has a massive piece in there to reduce crime. It's everywhere, including rural America, where Republicans say they are. But I don't look at it that way. It's Americans. We stand together. This bill is about America. The expungement provisions are limited to nonviolent marijuana possession convictions that has loaded up our federal prisons. If an individual has other criminal convictions in addition to a covered nonviolent marijuana offense, the bill already includes a stated exemption for drug kingpins, meaning anyone who received an increased sentence for being a leader or organizer of drug trafficking will not qualify for expungement. And once this bill is passed, it would enable individuals to possess and use marijuana for personal use. Marijuana will be regulated as a commodity, but let me tell you what else will happen. We'll be able to research. The scientists will be able to study what is happening to our young people, our juveniles, if that is the case. We have a definitive position in there about helping those who may become addicted. We do not overlook those who might as well be using it.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
So
Gentlelady's
let us go forward on this bill.
Time has
I
expired.
ask support for the bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Palazzo.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 2.5 minutes, did you say? All right.
Yes. Well, thank you, Representative Bentz, and for the time. And Mr. Speaker, our country is facing a national security crisis, an energy crisis, a border crisis, and an economic crisis. But here we are voting on cannabis legislation. How is this helping our constituents who are paying sky-high prices at the gas pump? How does this strengthen our military and help secure America? How does this address Biden's record-breaking surge of illegal immigrants at our southern border? How does this help us to leave a stronger, safer, more secure America for our children and our children's children? Simple answer, it doesn't. We are here today to vote to get America high. In states with legalized marijuana, there are more marijuana-related emergency room visits and hospitalizations than any other category. Patients in a study using marijuana to treat pain, anxiety, and depression failed to report improved symptoms, and the continued use of marijuana brought risk of addiction known as cannabis abuse disorder. The National Institute on Drug Abuse found that about 30% of marijuana users have some form of use disorder. In Colorado, the Speaker's home state, and the leading state for legalizing marijuana, there was a 25% increase in CUD among 12 to 17-year-olds. These are our children. Allowing children who don't know how to rationalize long-term effects of drugs to use a gateway drug for recreational or medicinal purposes is reckless, negligent, careless, and irresponsible. No, I will not. The MORE Act does not responsibly end federal prohibition of cannabis. The MORE Act does not end the war on drugs. All it does is poison our children and weaken our society. This flawed legislation is not time sensitive, does not require consideration this week, and should not take priority over the various serious issues our country currently faces. I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill and put our children first, not the dope dealers. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the MORE Act. This legislation is a very simple but very important piece of legislation. It does three basic things. Number one, it legalizes cannabis by removing it from the Controlled Substance Act. Number two, it establishes a process to expunge cannabis-related convictions. And number three, it taxes cannabis. And Mr. Speaker, it is time. It is time. 37 states in our nation have already legalized cannabis. Even Canada has legalized cannabis, and other nations around the world are legalizing cannabis. And even the Israelis are selling cannabis-related medicine. It's time, Mr. Speaker. But this is just the start. Cannabis farmers can't enroll in crop insurance. They can't receive the official organic designation, and they can't access USDA programs. Mr. Speaker, it's well beyond time. Please, vote for this legislation. Vote for common sense. Let's vote for the MORE Act. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in response to this bill helping farmers, I just want to say it does not. What it does is it puts a tax on top of that which their product, when added to the Oregon tax, would be almost 30%. That does not encourage farmers to raise the crop because they can't compete against the black market. There has to be far more thought given to what will be an 8% additional cost. By the way, it's a gross receipts tax. It's on top of the gross receipts, not that net profit that you're supposed to get. And secondly, the bill as written fails to distinguish between hemp and marijuana. This must be done if folks in each space are going to properly grow. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Majority Leader of the House, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Chairman Nadler, ranking members, this is an important piece of legislation. How do I know that? Because the people have told us that. Every time they've had the opportunity to vote in America, they have voted to do this. They know that filling our prisons and creating criminal records for people who use marijuana, and knowing full well that if they're people of color, the possibilities of adverse consequences are geometrically greater. And I want to tell my colleagues, I'm tired of hearing this argument that, oh my goodness, we're doing this, we ought to be doing something else. We are all working on the issues of great concern, not only to us, but to the global community. On the war in Ukraine, on the criminal activities that Putin is subjecting us to, on inflation, a critical problem for all of our people. We're working on that. We're having trouble getting some legislation in the Senate that will bring down inflation and bring down the cost for the American people. Not on our side of the aisle. So when I hear this argument, oh, we ought to be doing this, we ought to be doing that, we ought to be doing the other, this is an important, fair piece of legislation, fair for the American people. So I thank Chairman Nadler. I thank the Judiciary Committee. I thank members on my side of the aisle. I thank Barbara Lee, who's walking down the aisle right now, who's worked so hard on this. Why has she worked so hard on it? Because she knows the extraordinary unfairness of the application of existing laws. You don't have to argue that. Just look at the statistics. And you find that to be the case. Chairman Nadler has long been a champion of decriminalizing marijuana and addressing the systemic injustices and inequities resulting from the war on drugs. I was a supporter of the war on drugs. I've been here a long time. I have been, like the gentleman who spoke about this is a gateway drug. It's not a gateway drug. I've been convinced of that. Marijuana has been legalized in 19 states. That's 40% of our states, save one. And the District of Columbia. And medical marijuana is legal in 36 states. So this is not out of the ordinary. This is what the American people tell us they think is the appropriate thing to do. Now, for some in this House, those who are treated with inequality, particularly in this area, you're on your own. You know, make it out for yourself. We're not going to address it because we have other issues. Of course we have other issues, and we pass bills on those. Unfortunately, not with much support from the other side of the aisle. Despite the changes in state laws and social norms around the usage of marijuana, its use remains illegal under federal law. The gentleman who is presiding over the House today comes from a state that has said that's not good policy. Now, that's not some wacko coastal state. It's Colorado. Maybe wacko, but not good. Despite changes in state laws and social norms, as I have said, its use remains illegal under federal law, often resulting in devastating consequences. Hear me, my colleagues, devastating consequences for Black, Latino, and Native communities. Now, I'm not any of those. And I will tell you, a lot of my colleagues, and now when I was in college in the 1800s, it was alcohol. It was alcohol. We were not the generation of drugs. It was alcohol. And it devastated the lives of literally hundreds of thousands of young people. But nobody cried out to make it illegal. They had tried that, of course, in the 20s. According to the Center for American Progress, black Americans are 4 times more likely than white Americans to be arrested for marijuana possession, even though they use it at similar rates. And the gentleman who spoke says, why are we dealing with this? For the same reason our founders said that we believe in equality, that all men, and they surely would add women today, are created equal and ought to be treated fairly and equally. 4 times more convictions and prosecutions for people of color. That's why we're dealing with this, because it's unfair in America. Those criminal records can haunt people of color and impact the trajectory of their lives and careers indefinitely. And I regret that there are some members of our Congress who apparently think that's not worthy of attention. It can result in difficulty in finding employment, difficulty in finding housing, denial of access to government benefits, denial of financial aid at colleges and universities, and denial of the right to vote. That's why we're dealing with this, because the adverse consequences to people are substantial and negative not only for them but for our country. The legislation before us would remove marijuana from the list of scheduled substances under the Controlled Substances Act, allowing our police department, which we want to fund, by the way, so get off that line that we want to defund the police. Allow our police departments to focus on serious crimes. The legislation before us would remove marijuana from that list. The bill already, by the way, includes a requirement that a study be conducted to understand the societal impacts of decriminalizing marijuana, including the impact on juveniles, education, transportation, veterans, employment, and many others. This bill also expunges the records of individuals convicted of nonviolent, let me repeat that, nonviolent cannabis offenses, and provides resources for job training, reentry services, and youth recreation and mentoring programs. Now, if you take the position that all of these people are on their own and want no help from us or get no help from us, then perhaps you don't care. This bill also addresses the disproportionate economic impact of the war on drugs by providing access to small business grants, opening up the legal marketplace to communities that have been largely excluded. This bill is a matter of justice and equal opportunity. It's about addressing systemic inequities and reforming our criminal justice system so that Americans and America can become a better, stronger, more fair, and more just America. That's why we're spending time on this bill today. I want to thank my friend one more time, Chairman Nadler, for his leadership on this bill. I also want to thank Mr. Neal for helping us get this bill to the floor. I also like to thank Barbara Lee, my dear friend. Barbara Lee and I work and have been working for some years now on how to lift people out of poverty into the middle class. We talk a lot about the middle class. The way you grow the middle class is lift people who aren't in it, so they can contribute to making a better, stronger America. This bill will help that because it will take the stigma away from 4 times as many people of color being stigmatized by our laws. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, support this bill. The people of Mississippi supported this bill when they went to the polls and voted, not on this bill, that's not accurate, but on the decriminalization of marijuana, because they knew that it was neither necessary to be criminalized and they knew the adverse impacts. I don't ask you to support something the people of California did or the people of New York or even Maryland. But think about supporting the people of Mississippi who voted on a policy that would make a fairer and more just America. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to mention that it was noted that whenever asked, the people have said that they would support legalization of marijuana. That's not correct. North Dakota Measure 3 failed. Missouri Proposition C to legalize marijuana failed. Ohio Issue 3 failed. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise today to offer a motion to recommit on behalf of the members of our communities who have tragically lost their lives to substance use disorder, SUD. Prior to the COVID-19 public health emergency, our country faced a different kind of enemy that knew no bounds. This chamber is once united in the battle against addiction, and I was proud of the legislative work we did to address this crisis, most recently through the SUPPORT Act. Unfortunately, all the progress we made seemed to evaporate with the onset of the pandemic and the resulting lockdowns, mandates, social isolation, and fear of an invisible enemy. Recently, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention announced that 105,752 Americans died from drug overdoses from October 2020 to October 2021. Let me repeat that. 105,752 Americans died from drug overdoses in 1 year's time. Many of these deaths can be directly attributed to fentanyl, which is now the leading cause of death in Americans aged 18 to 45. Down our southern border, Customs and Border Protection are confiscating record amounts of fentanyl coming across the Mexican border. The CBP seized over 11,201 pounds of fentanyl from October 2020 to September 2021, which is a 41% increase from the year before. That is enough fentanyl to kill 2.5 billion people, or the entire U.S. population, 7 times over. To address this crisis, I introduced the HALT Fentanyl Act with my friend, the gentleman from the 9th District of Virginia. This legislation would permanently schedule fentanyl-related substances as a Schedule I and enable researchers to continue to study Schedule I substances for possible medical benefits. We must do everything we can to save lives, and I implore my colleagues to support this legislation. Mr. Speaker, if we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on the Judiciary to consider my amendment to H.R. 3617 to permanently place fentanyl-related substances. May I have about 15 more seconds?
Yield another 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for another 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. To permanently place fentanyl-related substances in Schedule I of the Controlled Substances Act, and I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker,
Without
I thank
objection.
the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back my time. Thank you very much.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this legislation because it is long overdue for our federal laws to catch up with the legal reality in almost every state in the Union, and because federal reform must place restorative justice as the top priority. I thank Speaker Pelosi, Chairman Nadler, and my fellow chairs for once again bringing this legislation to the House floor. Voters in states like New York have led the way in changing their cannabis law, emphasizing restorative justice for our most marginalized communities. This bill takes a meaningful approach to undo the wrongs of the failed war on drugs by removing cannabis as a Schedule I drug and encouraging states to expunge low-level possession records. Importantly, the MORE Act also helps entrepreneurs access affordable capital to start a legitimate business, which too often is a barrier to entrepreneurship for people of color, regardless of industry. As chair of the Small Business Committee, I am proud the MORE Act includes measures my colleague and I champion to ensure SBA programs like the flagship 7A loan program, the disaster loan program, and Small Business Development Center resources are available to legitimate cannabis businesses. The MORE Act is the best proposal to ensure communities disproportionately impacted by the prohibition of cannabis are best positioned to profit from its legalization. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, record crime, record inflation, record gas prices, record number of illegal immigrants crossing our southern border. And what are Democrats doing today? Legalizing drugs. Legalizing drugs and using American tax dollars to kickstart and prop up the marijuana industry. Wow, such a deal for the American people. Record crime. Every major urban area has increased crime, and Democrats are legalizing drugs and propping up the marijuana industry. 40-year high inflation. Hasn't been this high since 1982. We have some members not even born in, record inflation, and Democrats are focusing on legalizing drugs and kickstarting the marijuana industry. Record gas prices, $6 gas in California, $4 gas everywhere else, and Democrats are legalizing drugs and helping the marijuana industry. And, of course, 2 million illegal immigrants crossed our southern border in the last 14 months, and Democrats are legalizing drugs and helping the cannabis industry. Oh, and by the way, and we have a Justice Department, we could be focused on this issue, we have a Justice Department that is treating parents as domestic terrorists, spying on moms and dads who simply show up at school board meetings. We know that's going on, putting a threat tag label on parents, this designation, this label on moms and dads, simply standing up for their kids. And Democrats are focused on legalizing drugs and helping the cannabis industry. The majority leader, Democrat majority leader, said, why are we dealing with this today? You know why they're dealing with this today? Because they can't deal with the real problems facing American people. Left won't let them. You think the left's going to let them do what needs to be done to bring down gas prices? We sat in a hearing a few months ago. One of our Democrat colleagues, in that hearing, we had the CEOs of the oil and gas companies. He went down the line and said, will you pledge today to decrease production? They want less oil and gas. I asked after he got done. Literally, he went down the list. I said, what do you want? $8 gas? And the truth is they do. So they can't, the left will not let the Democrats do what needs to be done to help the inflation problem, the energy problem, the illegal immigration problem on our southern border. So what do? They legalize drugs. Wow. Wow. This is wrong, and everybody knows it. Let's focus on the things that matter for, as the majority leader said, for middle-class families who are having to drive to work, pick their kids up at school, take their kids to Little League practice, spending $4 and $5 a gallon to get them there and back. Let's focus on the things that matter. I urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill will greatly reduce crime by redefining as not crimes things that are now considered crimes, and by releasing people in jail who should not be in jail. It will produce justice, and it will reduce the expenses to the public. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from California, who's been such a great champion in the fight for this legislation, Ms. Lee.
Gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 3617, the MORE Act. And I want to thank Speaker Pelosi, Leader Hoyer, Chairman Neal, and Chairman Natalie. Let me just thank you for your persistence, your perseverance, and really hanging in there and bringing this to the floor, because you know what the issues are and you know how important this is to repair the damage of the lives of so many people. So thank you, Chairman Nadler, so much. I want to also thank Congressman Blumenauer, my partner on so many issues, and of course our speaker, and Mr. Perlmutter, who's in the chair today, and everyone who has helped to bring this to the floor. And my condolences today with the family of our colleague, the late Representative Don Young, a champion on this issue. I honor his memory today as a founding member and co-chair of the Cannabis Caucus who voted for the MORE Act the first time it came to the floor. Also, let me thank our advocates for educating the public on this issue, which of course meant our members of Congress learn more about the importance of this, that this is also a racial justice bill. It's the product of a long time, the work of so many for a long time. And of course, I want to salute our staff. Amy, Julie, Samira, Gregory, Kayla, so many staff. As a former staff, look, I know how this was done, and I just want to thank our staff for really doing the heavy lifting on this. The MORE Act, yes, it includes my legislation, the Marijuana Justice Act, and the Refer Act, which is the first marijuana racial justice bill introduced in Congress many years ago. This bill would end federal prohibition and decriminalize cannabis by removing it from the list of Controlled Substances Act. That's what the MORE Act does. Make no mistake, yes, it is a racial justice bill. According to the ACLU, Black Americans are nearly 4 times more likely to be arrested for cannabis-related crimes than white Americans, despite equal rates of use. These arrests can have a detrimental impact on a person's quality of life and can lead to difficulty finding employment, securing housing, and assessing other benefits. I yield
the lady 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry also. It brings tax revenue of billions to our states. Now, over 950 people are arrested daily for marijuana-related offenses. This is truly unjust. So we must end this failed policy of marijuana prohibition, which has led to the shattering of so many lives, primarily Black and brown people. And yes, that is extremely important. It's time to repair the damage. It's time to provide equal justice for those who have been unduly incarcerated. Public opinion support this. In fact, over 50 years ago, the National Commission on Marijuana and Drug Abuse, or the Schaefer Commission, formally recommended to Congress that this be done. We're doing it today. Thank you again.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Reserves.
Oh, gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to another great champion of this legislation, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I'm sorry, another great champion of this legislation, Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Courtesy and his leadership and all the people that my friend Barbara Lee just acknowledged. You know, a century ago, we were in the midst of a prohibition against alcohol. And the problems that my dear friend from Oregon highlighted in terms of the prohibition against cannabis. I agree with him about the horrific situation in Southern Oregon. I look forward to working with him to try and remediate it. But the solution is to be found in this legislation. The problem of the cartels, the illegal activity, the black market, is a result of the fact that the federal government does not have its act together. People across the country have acted to take it into their own hands. And as a result, we have a piecemeal approach. 48 states have some form of legalization. What Chairman Nadler and the committee has done is to provide a framework to be able to harness the forces, to be able to do the research so we can deal with impairment. The federal government interferes with that now. We have an opportunity to solve the horrific problem of lack of access to banking services, which makes dispensaries across the country sitting ducks. It adds to expenses for minorities. It adds to the problems of law enforcement. We face a situation now of great racial injustice in this country that the legislation faces. We have an opportunity to unlock untold benefits for more medical research and be able to channel the efforts into a legal market, to be able to have a taxing system federally and to be able to strengthen the legal cannabis market so that the profits flow to the people who should do it rather than the cartels and the corner drug dealers that still are cutting corners. My friend is right about the problems in Southern Oregon, but he is wrong about the solution. The MORE Act is a solution to provide the framework, provide the research, redirect the resources to be able to solve the problem that has been created by the failed prohibition on cannabis. This is historic legislation, in part because we will send this to the Senate, where there is a different mindset for the leadership. We've opened the opportunity to solve these problems. I urge us to take advantage of it and move forward. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my friend and former law school classmate, Representative Blumenauer. I just want to say, actually he was a few years ahead of me. I just want to say, I want to draw attention to the bill, page 15, where it calls out the expenditures. And it says the amounts in the trust fund shall be available without further appropriation only as follows. And then it reads, reflects Section 3052A, Part 00 of the Omnibus Crime Control Safe Streets Act of 1968, which I dug out and read through 3 times, looking unsuccessfully for an allocation of money to local law enforcement agencies, such as the ones in Southern Oregon. It's not there. That money is going for very limited, very narrow purposes. How much money? Well, if this 8% tax had been applied to the amount of marijuana sold last year in the United States, the total is $400 million. Not the total sold, the total tax. $400 million, half of which would go to this narrow piece of work, not saying it's unimportant, but it's narrow. 50% called out here, then 10%, 20%, none to police. So what I'm trying to say is, yes, you've taken this up. Do it right. Get it right. And you have a whole bunch of work that needs to be done to get this bill right and reserved.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Maloney.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in strong support of the MORE Act, and I applaud my colleagues, Chairman Nadler and Barbara Lee, for their leadership on this critical legislation. For years, public support for marijuana legalization has surged. 37 states have voted to legalize marijuana. It's past time that Congress answers the call for marijuana justice. This sweeping legislation would finally decriminalize cannabis at the federal level by removing it from the Controlled Substance Act. The law would apply this retroactively to prior and pending convictions that have disproportionately harmed communities of color. The MORE Act would also help those whose convictions are overturned through the Opportunity Trust Fund that would provide job training, reentry assistance, legal aid, and health care. If we are serious about criminal justice, we need to get rid of the antiquated cannabis laws. The MORE Act would do just that. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting on this long overdue bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say again, I went down to Southern Oregon and I asked the law enforcement folks what we needed to do to try to head off the cartels, which are generating this huge sum of money for themselves. What could we do? And the answer was law enforcement. Because if you don't have force, you can't control the cartels. To get law enforcement requires people, that requires money, and this bill doesn't allocate any to that purpose. So since we know this bill is going to drive up the cost of legal marijuana, thus driving more people into the black market, why isn't there more money for law enforcement? Why isn't there any money for law enforcement? With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. And still I rise, Mr. Nedler. Thank you so much. I thank Ms. Lee, Mr. Perlmutter, And I rise because I see this as a bill that will benefit some of the least, the last, and the lost. People who have been denied access to housing, denied access to loans, denied access to the things that we need to succeed in the United States of America. I plan to support it. I ask that my colleagues support it because it's tough being a black man with a criminal record in the United States of America. This bill will help a lot of black men have opportunities that they've been denied. I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon
Reserves.
continues to reserve. Gentleman from New York's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman's recognized.
The COVID pandemic has produced a rise in drug abuse, violent crime, and other indicators of collective trauma. These are pressing issues that urgently need resources devoted to them. We must stop wasting precious resources on marijuana offenses. Law enforcement simply cannot afford to chase small-time pot offenders, while violent and random crime continues to be on the rise nationwide. The ACLU report states wasting billions annually enforcing cannabis laws. This is money, time, and effort better spent on investing on true community safety. Further, Americans overwhelmingly want marijuana reform. 91% report that they believe that it should be legalized. Congress is long overdue in marijuana reform and decriminalizing this substance. But we have a long journey ahead to achieve social justice and criminal justice reform. The war on marijuana is a costly relic of the past. Let's vote yes today so we can build a safer and more equitable tomorrow. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to assure everyone that the police in Oregon are not chasing those who are using marijuana. Oregon legalized marijuana. That what we're having trouble with are the consequences of that legalization. And that's what I'm trying to bring to the attention of folks today, that if we're going to legalize on a national scale, then for goodness sakes, don't make the mistakes we made in Oregon. Get it right. Put into the bill appropriate funding for law enforcement, at least. By the way, we should put in a lot of other things too, which I previously mentioned. But one of the things that absolutely has to be there is funding for local police, because this bill is going to drive up the demand for marijuana and up the cartels across the United States. Their presence, it's bad, and local law enforcement can't take care of it. The assertion that the FBI and Homeland Security and DEA are going to do so is incorrect, I know, because I have asked. And we have nothing from the Attorney General helping us in that space. So what I'm saying is, you're going to do this, get it right. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Benz refers to the cartels. Of course there are cartels. Of course they're making money because they have a monopoly of supply of a substance that has a great demand. You pass this bill, and those cartels will no longer have a monopoly. And the law enforcement, their expenses will go down because they will not have to enforce the marijuana laws, and they will the marijuana prohibition laws, nor will they have to fight the cartels, which won't be there anymore because their monopoly of supply will have been eliminated. I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson-Coleman.
Gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to everyone that my colleague Barbara Lee acknowledged earlier. I rise today in support of the MORE Act and on behalf of the countless families that have been disrupted and destroyed by our nation's failed drug policies and the devastating war on drugs. As a result of the war on drugs, the United States has a higher rate of incarceration than such human rights abusing governments as Russia, Belarus, and Iran. It also wastes more money than any other country locking up its citizens for personal drug use. Racial justice and cannabis decriminalization are inextricably intertwined, and the former cannot be achieved without the latter. By decriminalizing cannabis, we can reverse the trend of over-incarceration and get one step closer to dismantling the system that racism is so pervasive in our criminal justice system. The MORE Act is an important step in rewriting our future, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back. Thank you.
The lady yields back. The chair will advise the managers. Mr. Nadler has 2 3/4 minutes. Mr. Bentz has 6 3/4 minutes left in their time. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to mention in response to the assertion that once this bill passes, if it does, that suddenly the cartels will disappear, sadly is not going to be true. And that is because legal marijuana will be 30% more expensive than that which is raised on the black market. That's why one has to be aware when one puts this kind of additional cost into this bill, 8%. On a gross basis, like keep wanting to assure people, they need to understand the difference between net profit and gross. What's going to happen is the cartels will have a 30% benefit advantage over privately raised marijuana. And so what I'm trying to say is get this bill right. This isn't my thinking. This is people who have looked into this extremely carefully, those who are trying to do this legally. And I'm saying this bill is incorrectly crafted on that level and many others. I reserve.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
Ms. Schakowsky is recognized for 1 minute.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership, but I also want to recognize Representative Blumenauer for his decades of work on this issue. The MORE Act is the most comprehensive marijuana reform bill in Congress, and it is rooted in social justice. The criminalization of marijuana and this nation's failed war on drugs has devastated our communities of color. It has led to over-policing, mass incarceration, and the destruction of families. This critical legislation takes steps to undo these harms. Today, I urge my colleagues to vote for criminal justice reform, to vote for an equitable marijuana industry, and to vote for beginning to repair the harms caused by decades of racist marijuana criminalization and enforcement. And so I urge all my colleagues today to vote yes on the MORE Act, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I asked unanimous consent to enter into the congressional record a list of multiple items, which I will now review. First,
without objection.
Policy statement from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry on marijuana legalization. Second, facts for families from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry on marijuana and teens. Third, the Insurance Information Institute report on marijuana and impaired driving. Next, the article from verywellhealth.com titled "Is Marijuana Addictive?" by Ashley Olivine, PhD. Next, NBC News article titled "Legalized Marijuana Linked to Sharp Rise in Car Crashes." Next, the Denver Post article titled "Are You High? The Science of Testing for Marijuana Impairment is Hazy and Evolving." Finally, Bloomberg article titled "The U.S. Grapples with How to Gauge Just How High Cannabis Users Are." I reserve.
Without objection. Those are placed in the record. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
Gentlelady from Nevada is recognized for one minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. The MORE Act is a historic piece of legislation, no question about it. It removes criminal convictions for marijuana use that have stigmatized the lives of thousands of individuals in our country, particularly those of color. In addition, tragically, our veterans have been denied access to medical marijuana for treatment of pain management and also post-traumatic stress syndrome after they have offered their lives and put their lives in danger for us. Supported by public vote, Nevada legalized medical marijuana in 2001, decriminalized marijuana use in 2017, and has shown that regulating marijuana works. Most of the other states have done the same, so it's time for the nation to follow suit. With the passage of the MORE Act, the marijuana industry can become a key element of growing and diversifying our economy, creating more good jobs and putting more folks back to work as we recover from the pandemic. I urge a yes vote on this bill. Thank you.
Lady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Reserves. I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from New York, Chair will advise the managers. Gentleman from New York has 45 seconds. Gentleman from Oregon, 5 3/4.
15 seconds for the purpose of a unanimous consent request to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Yield back the time, I'm sure. Let me submit health affairs, culture of health, shows the importance of cannabis liberalization policy, and all of these individuals, religious groups, Center for American Progress, ask unanimous consent to submit these letters and statements into the record.
Without objection. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from New York is prepared to close. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's recognized for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill, as I mentioned previously, fails to appropriately fund the police in all the states that will be facing the challenges we face in Oregon. This is not a question of money. The bill, as drawn, will be raising literally billions of dollars at an 8% tax over the next, how many years? Billions. And so somehow some of that money has to make its way into law enforcement. Without law enforcement, you'll see situations like we have in Southern Oregon replicate across the nation, regardless of the optimistic thought that somehow the cartels no longer have the marijuana, therefore, or excuse me, the monopoly, therefore they will go away. That's not going to be the case as long as there's a higher price, and in many cases it's going to be a much higher price for legally produced marijuana. The bill fails to address impairment. My friends, many of them in the law enforcement space, including my brother, a former county sheriff, have said this is a huge problem where we don't know when people are driving impaired. Studies are ongoing. Why are we broadening this problem when we don't know how to charge those who are driving under the influence? It, of course, as we heard, fails to address the ever-increasing potency of the drug. It fails to address the age at which marijuana can be legally used. What is that about? We know this drug adversely affects particularly young men's brains development all the way up to age 26, and yet this bill says nothing about it. And it fails to address the differences between marijuana and hemp. And some would say, well, that's such a small issue. It's a huge issue. It's a huge issue, and it needs to be addressed. This bill is the proper vehicle to address these issues. And I see that there are some amendments being brought which perhaps will at least go partially in that direction. But the bill itself and the legalization is premature given the nature of those amendments. So this is an untimely, incomplete bill. Its greatest failure is in not recognizing and addressing the damage the drug will do to our kids and our communities. I strongly urge a no vote.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, last Congress, the House voted on a bipartisan basis to address this issue. Unfortunately, the Senate failed to act, so I'm pleased that we are moving forward again today. Over the past 2 decades, public support for legalizing marijuana has surged. States have led the way and continue to lead the way on marijuana reform, but our federal laws have not kept pace with the obvious need for change. It's time for the federal government to catch up to do what is right. The MORE Act would treat marijuana as a public health issue rather than a criminal matter, and would begin to rectify the heavy toll that criminalization has taken, particularly on communities of color and low-income communities. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Each further amendment printed in Part B of House Report 117-285 shall be considered only in the order printed in the report. may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. For what purpose does the gentleman... it is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 117-285. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 1, printed in Part B of House Report Number 117-285, offered by Mr. Gottheimer of New Jersey.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1017, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today about an amendment that I think is critically important to this legislation that addresses a topic that I'm concerned about, and I know many are as well, to make sure that law enforcement has the tools they need to ensure that our roads are safe and that when they pull someone over for whatever purpose, they're able to actually have the tools they need to assess the situation. My amendment would make sure the Secretary of Transportation can conduct a study on technologies and methods that law enforcement use to determine whether a driver is impaired by marijuana. This study will give the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration the resources they need to conduct this study. I think it's important and will make this legislation even stronger. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Oregon. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon rise?
To address the amendment.
Does the gentleman claim the time in opposition?
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Yes, I do.
Does the gentleman claim time in opposition?
Yes, I do.
Gentleman is recognized.
This amendment would authorize $10 million to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to conduct a study on how certain technologies can help law enforcement officers detect whether a driver is impaired by marijuana. Impaired driving is a serious issue that takes thousands of lives every year. Unfortunately, Democrats only want to address this problem after they create it. Legalizing marijuana will undoubtedly lead to more drivers being impaired by marijuana. Democrats want to legalize marijuana and then provide law enforcement with a study on how they might be able to detect drivers impaired by marijuana. Why wouldn't we start with giving law enforcement the resources they need? This doesn't make any sense, and the lack of support for law enforcement from Democrats in this bill shouldn't surprise us. Nowhere in this bill is there any funding or support for law enforcement related to marijuana. Let's fix the existing problems before making more. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 1 minute to Ms. Jackson-Lee.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for his thoughtful amendment, and I thank him for helping to further enhance this bill. For clarity's sake, let me be very clear. This bill decriminalizes possession on the federal level. All state laws, all state law enforcement are able to do their job. But let me remind you, the president has put in an enormous amount of money for reducing crime in his budget. But this legislation is extremely important for those of us who recognize the key responsibilities on the nation's highways. That is a federal responsibility. And the gentleman has offered an important amendment to give $10 million to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to find the technology to enhance the safety on highways. The bill also includes a requirement that a study should be conducted to understand the societal impacts of decriminalizing marijuana, including the impact on juveniles, education, transportation, veterans, employment, and many others. The gentleman's amendment, Mr. Gottheimer, enhances this bill, makes it a direct response to the concerns that Americans may have. I support the amendment and the underlying bill, and I thank you for clarifying this important responsibility. I yield back.
Expired.
I reserve my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey
I reserve.
reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, just to reinforce with Ms. Jackson-Lee.
He does. Okay, I'm sorry. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to reinforce what Ms. Jackson Lee said, the importance of making sure we invest in safety, which is always my top priority, and making sure that law enforcement has the tools they need, that we invest in law enforcement, ensure that we have their back so that we can take care of us as they do every single day. We stand by law enforcement, as I do, and make sure they have the resources they need. This legislation helps in that effort and will protect our families and our roads. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I'd like to let the gentleman know that I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman has the only time, and gentleman is closing.
So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time pursuant to House Resolution 1017. The previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Gentleman from Oregon.
I request the yeas and nays.
Gentleman requests the yeas and nays. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 117-285. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-285, offered by Mr. Lamb of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1017, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Lamb, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I came to Congress, I was a federal prosecutor in my hometown of Pittsburgh, and the biggest law enforcement challenges that we had then and really still have today are opioids and gun violence. Marijuana just didn't register in terms of the risk that it posed to people on a day-to-day basis compared to those two things. Yet because of the way the federal criminal laws are written and the way that cannabis is placed in Schedule I, it is very easy for a marijuana offense to actually get someone a worse sentence than an opioid offense like overprescribing OxyContin or selling fentanyl, or a firearms offense like possession of a firearm or shooting at someone. Our federal laws are out of place. And so it's in the spirit of wanting to make sure that our law enforcement priorities are focused on the most serious crimes and the most violent crimes that I can support the removal of cannabis from Schedule I. This bill came up once before in the previous Congress under a closed rule in which there were not opportunities for amendment, and so I want to thank the leadership and the chairman this time around for allowing members under an open rule to make some amendments, because while I do support the removal of cannabis from Schedule I think as we've heard in the debate today, there are many questions about what happens the day after that, and are we being careful enough to ensure that the public gets the best possible balance of the benefits of taxing and regulating cannabis while still protecting children and making sure that we have safe and efficient workplaces. So the amendment that I'm offering here today aims to answer a couple of key questions. What happens when essential workers, firefighters, people that operate heavy equipment on infrastructure projects, people who work in public safety and national security, what are we willing to tolerate as far as those workers on the job site potentially with cannabis in their system? We need to know how to test for it. We need to know what the rules are to keep people safe on that job site, and most importantly, keep the public safe so that these people continue working. Same question for schools. What are the best practices for schools in a world where cannabis is no longer in Schedule I of the Controlled Substances Act? In a world where cannabis could be in corner stores that children walk past on their way home? In a world where school bus drivers or teachers may be legally authorized to use cannabis in their off time? All we're trying to do is answer these questions. Now, there are some who see problems with a change in the law, and they see challenges, and they shrink from them. And they say, let's keep the status quo the same. Let's not tackle these problems. What we are trying to do here is do the public one better than that. There is an ironclad case for removing cannabis from Schedule I and focusing our law enforcement priorities where they should be. But we have to take steps to make sure that we do this in a careful, cautious, and correct manner. That's what my amendment offers, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from, for what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon rise?
Speaker, I rise in opposition to the proposed amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. This amendment is a great example of how Democrats legislate, make a bunch of drastic changes, and then consider the consequences. The amendment calls for 2 studies to be conducted after the enactment of the bill to evaluate how state legislation of marijuana has impacted those states. The first study will be conducted by the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health on the impact of state legalization of recreational marijuana on the workplace. The second study will be conducted by the Department of Education on the impact of legalization to schools and school-age children. The amendment also requires the Department of Education to develop best practices for educators and administrators to protect children from negative impacts. This amendment recognizes the fact that the majority is blindly leading us down the path of marijuana legalization. The information to be provided by these studies would better serve this body and the children of America if we had it before legalization. Last year, the percentage of American employees testing positive for drugs hit a 2-decade high. This jump was driven by an increase in positive marijuana tests. This amendment is merely window dressing on a bad and incomplete bill, rather than tackle the actual problem of marijuana abuse at the workplace, which could have disastrous consequences. Democrats simply want to study the issue. This amendment is a tacit admission that they know this bill is flawed and is employed by the majority to say they have addressed one of the flaws. I fear the information that these studies will reveal may come too late for many if this bill were to become law. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Is remaining.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania has 2 minutes. The gentleman from Oregon has 3.5.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize the gentlelady from Texas for 30 seconds.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, and let me thank you for your leadership. It's incredulous when good ideas come to the floor that should draw bipartisan support, and one cannot look, in the old country, they say, a gift horse in the mouth. I want to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for recognizing that what we do in Washington, what we do for the people of this nation, is to make sure we give them good facts. And it will be good facts if his amendment is assessing a very important place in our lives, a workplace, or another very important place in our lives, schools. This legislation, as I indicated, the underlying legislation just decriminalizes possession. It gives people another lifeline. It takes the criminalization away from this mounting incarceration of people of color. So I want to support the gentleman's amendment and say it's reasonable and good law. Let us support that amendment and the underlying bill. I yield back.
Our gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Oregon is
I reserve.
recognized. Gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
If the gentleman has no other speakers, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized. Gentleman from Oregon, gentleman from Pennsylvania goes first. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to address one point from my colleague from Oregon's side of the debate, which is that today, after the passage of this bill, hopefully with my amendment, we will be sending a letter to both departments addressed by this amendment to ask them to begin these studies right away. I agree that it's important that the public needs this information and knowledge. Employers, workplaces, schools need it as quickly as possible. But what I'm not sure our colleagues on the other side really realize at this moment is people are already using cannabis. It's very common in all segments of society and all people with all different types of jobs. And the place that the public has been left in is an overly harsh criminal penalty with very little specific guidance to workplaces and employers and schools of what they're supposed to do in this new world. And so what many of them do is react as harshly as possible, matching the criminal sanction of our federal government. And they do drug tests and have strict bans, basically, on this substance, which many Americans feel is actually safe and part of the lifestyle that they want to live. Our study will allow a better answer than that. In a world where people are going to be using this drug, this substance, and where it is in fact much less harsh than prescription drugs that are regulated lower on the scale than that. We need to get the answer out there to these workplaces and schools as quickly as possible. That's all that we're aiming to do here. We are making policy for the real world with this amendment, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to mention, I agree that there has to be the proper determination of when you are impaired after you've used marijuana. I made that argument in my discussion of the bill. The issue is one of timing, and it's not just impairment. There are many other things in the bill that need to be addressed that aren't. And so in this rush to legalize, what we have is a lot of assuming, as was just suggested, that everybody's already using it, so why bother? Well, a lot of people are. But after it becomes federally legalized, more will be using it, and thus the danger level will increase. So we can't sit here and say there are no consequences of legalization. But by that I mean the same number of people using it. No. So the question becomes, when are we going to do this, and why wasn't it done earlier? Why isn't it done yet? And one of the reasons, it's really hard to make this determination. So I'm saying it's a matter of timing, but it's not just this issue. There are many others. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Pursuant to House Resolution 1017, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Gentleman from Oregon.
I request the yeas and nays.
Gentleman from Oregon requests the yeas and nays. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 117-285. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I rise with an amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report Number 117-285, offered by Mr. Raskin of Maryland.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1017, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud today to stand for this legislation with the party of democracy and freedom for the people, rather than the party of Big Brother and failed drug authoritarianism. Do you know that 150 million Americans have used marijuana? Half of the country. And that's just the people who are being honest about it. Half of the country has used marijuana, but you can still be denied security clearance and government employment for having once used marijuana. That is plainly stupid and wrong and unfair. And we are disqualifying tens of millions of qualified and excellent job applicants for federal government employment, our fellow citizens, our constituents in Democratic districts and Republican districts. We are disqualifying those people from being federal government employees solely because they've used marijuana. My amendment is one that every member of the House should support. It says that Americans should not be denied a security clearance simply because they have used marijuana. You know, the longer I spend time in Congress, Mr. Speaker, the more I realize that in America, change comes from the states. It comes from the people. That's how we got child labor laws. That's how we got women's suffrage. That's how we got direct election of U.S. senators. And now so too with our draconian, obsolete, and failed marijuana laws. Look what's happening out in America. 18 states plus Washington, D.C., have now passed laws allowing adult use of marijuana. In other words, they've accepted the anti-prohibition principle that's in our Constitution. It's not that alcohol is so great for everybody in every circumstance, or marijuana is so great for everybody in every circumstance. It's that criminal prohibition and criminalization of large parts of our own population doesn't work. So it's legal in 18 states. In 27 states, it's been decriminalized. In a majority of the states, it's no longer criminal. And in 36 states, the vast majority of America, more than 2/3 of the states, medical use of marijuana has been approved. In other words, it is legal in the vast majority of states of the country to use marijuana for medicinal purposes. What a massive outbreak of common sense in America against the GOP's failed authoritarian war on marijuana that depends on paranoid tropes from the 1970s. It's like they saw reefer madness in middle school and never got over it. I concede our party is not for the kind of cocaine-fueled orgies that a freshman Republican representative bragged about this week, but we do understand that their marijuana prohibition laws don't work for our people. But in any event, Mr. Speaker, we can all agree that we should not be denying our constituents the opportunity to serve in federal office by denying them security clearance simply because they've used marijuana. I reserve.
Reserves. Does anybody claim time in opposition? Gentleman from Oregon, for what purpose do you rise? Gentleman's recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. It's April Fool's Day, so maybe this is a joke. This amendment would require federal agencies to review every decision to rescind or deny a security clearance since 1971. To determine if it was based on marijuana usage, then the agency would have to track down every person who was denied a clearance due to marijuana use. The agency would then let them know that the decision will be reassessed unless the person objects. This is crazy. It creates a huge burden on federal agencies. For what? Even if this bill were to become law, the denial of these security clearances was based on a person's willful violation of a law at the time. When agencies are assessing whether these people should have access to national security sensitive information, the consideration isn't whether the person uses marijuana, it's whether the person is willing to undermine the rule of law. If they can't follow this nation's laws, then we can't expect them to follow the processes to protect our most sensitive information. Further, this amendment reaches back more than 50 years. How many of these people still need, want, or are even eligible for security clearances? No one gets a security clearance just because you want one. You can't just walk up off the street and apply for it. You need to be employed with the federal government or a government contractor, and your employer must need you to have access to the information. Very few people who were denied a security clearance in 1980 are still employed or in or even qualify for positions that would require security clearances. Some of the people we are talking about may be retirees in their 80s or 90s. Many of them may have representative payees who are their children or grandchildren. Why would we want to expose the fact that their father, mother, grandfather, grandmother was a marijuana abuser? So, the gentleman from Maryland wants the federal government to recreate the security clearance backlog that the Trump administration just cleared up for unneeded reviews and to resurface private information. This amendment makes little sense, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think the distinguished gentleman seems to concede the general principle that we should not be denying the opportunity of federal employment to half of the country because they've used marijuana before. And so his argument seems to be, well, this would be, we've denied so many people that this would be an imposition on federal bureaucrats to go back and tell people when they've been wronged in the past, simply by telling the truth and saying that they've once used marijuana. In fact, most of these agencies don't even require that there's any kind of criminal prosecution or conviction. If they ask you, have you used marijuana? And if people say, yes, I used it once in college or whatever, they can't get a job. I mean, that makes no sense. We're doing that to our constituents. So, yes, let's go back and see how many people we've denied the opportunity of federal employment to because they've used marijuana, which is lawful in most of the country now, either on a medicinal basis or on a recreational basis for adult consenting individuals who decide that's a decision they want to make. Let's grow up as a country about this, and let's stop discriminating against our own people. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just point out that I didn't concede anything that I recognize, so if you thought I did, please rethink it. I want to point out that the security clearance isn't just for federal employees. It's for private contractors and people seeking security clearances. And what I'm saying is one can refer to our, quote, bureaucrats as though they don't have other things to do. They do. Lots of very important things. And so I would suggest this falls pretty low on that list. And so, interesting amendment. I urge opposition, but I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland has 15 seconds. Gentleman from
Thanks, Mr.
Oregon has 3/4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman for pointing out that my amendment would apply not only to people who have sought public employment in the past and been denied because they've been honest enough to admit that they've once used marijuana, but private contractors. We're denying people the opportunity to do business with the government if they tell the truth about that. So I'm urging all of my colleagues, wherever you are in terms of your particular state, let's stop discriminating.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Pursuant to House Resolution 1017, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Gentleman from Oregon requests the yeas and nays. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The following amendments to H.R. 3617, Amendment number 1, Amendment number 2, and Amendment number 3. A motion to recommit on H.R. 3617 and, if offered, and passage of H.R. 3617 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 117-285, offered by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-285, offered by Mr. Gottheimer of New Jersey.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on Amendment Number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote nay on Amendment Number 1. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Comer of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will vote nay on Amendment Number 1. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote nay on Amendment Number 1. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote nay on Amendment Number 1. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on Amendment Number 1. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, and I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote nay on Amendment 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mrs. Salazar from Florida, I inform the House that Mrs. Salazar will vote yes on amendment number 1.
Does the gentlewoman from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Bass of California, and Ms. DeGette of Colorado, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on Gottheimer amendment. The Gottheimer.
Purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mrs. Lisa McLean of Michigan's 10th District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. McLean will vote no on the amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated for Mr. Taylor of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote no on this amendment.
Who is that?
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Nanette Barragan, Adriano Espaillat, and David Scott, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Gottheimer Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mang, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on the Gottheimer Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote aye on Gottheimer Amendment.
Gentleman from California rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Kai Kahele, Marilyn Strickland, and Chuy Garcia, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Gottheimer Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the following members, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Bowman, and Ms. Wilson, on the Gottheimer Amendment, vote yes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, I inform that the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on the Gottheimer Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ Lawson and Ms. Frankel of Florida and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that all four of these members will vote yea on the Gottheimer Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Waltz of the state of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote nay on Amendment number 1.
On the Dem side.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Yvette Clark of New York pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on Amendment Number 1 offered by Representative Gottheimer.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote aye on Amendment 1. As a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on Amendment 1.
Does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote no on Amendment 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series and Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Gottheimer amendment.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Yes, Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pete Sessions of the state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Sessions will vote nay on Amendment Number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Johnson of Texas, Ms. Brown of Ohio, Ms. Manning of North Carolina, Ms. Newman of Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurthy of Illinois, Mr. Khan of Wisconsin, Mr. Trone of Maryland, and Mr. Swazi of New York, I inform that these 8 members will vote yes on the Gottheimer amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote yea on Amendment 1.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on Amendment 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Michelle Steele of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Steele will vote no on Amendment number 1.
Gentleman from Florida rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As the member designated by Representatives Danny Davis, Sylvia Garcia, Harder, Jayapal, Panetta, and Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the Gottheimer Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lukemeyer, Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Lukemeyer will be voting no on Amendment number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on the Gottheimer Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote yes on Amendment number 1.
Pennsylvania. For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Armstrong, I inform the House that Mr. Armstrong will vote no on Amendment number 1.
By Mr. LaMalfa of California, I inform the House that Mr. LaMalfa will vote nay on Amendment 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cuellar of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on the Gottheimer Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Misters Curtis, Owens, and Stewart, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis, Owens, and Stewart will vote nay on Amendment number 1.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on the Gottheimer amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McEachin, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on the Gottheimer amendment.
On this vote, the yeas are 243, the nays are 172. The amendment is adopted.
The House will come to order. You're not listening. The House will come to order. Please, members, take their seats. Chair would ask that members take their seats. The chair asks that all those present in the chamber, as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol, to please rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of Officer William F. Evans, son of Massachusetts, United States Capitol Police officer, who was killed in the line of duty defending our Capitol on April 2nd, 2021. I thank the members for their courtesy and attention. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question of Amendment 2 printed in Part B of House Report 117-285, offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Lamb, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will please redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-285, offered by Mr. Lamb of Pennsylvania.
That's it. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Members will please record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware rise? Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado, Ms. Bass of California, and Ms. Kelly of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Lamb Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko and Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Katko and Mr. Joyce will vote yea on Amendment 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Yvette Clarke of New York, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Clarke will vote yes on Amendment 2, offered by Mr. Lamb.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis, Mr. Brooks, Mr. Comer, Mr. Green, and Mr. Long, I inform the House that the gentleman will vote nay on Amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on the Lamb Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Curtis, Owens, and Stewart from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis, Stewart, and Owens will vote nay on the amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, the following members designed by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi, Mr. Bowman of New York, and Ms. Wilson of Florida vote yes on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote nay on Amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As a member designated by Representatives Danny Davis, Sylvia Garcia, Harder, Jayapal, Panetta, and Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the Lamb Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Madam Speaker, as measure designated by Ms. Louise McLean of Michigan's 10th District pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. McLean will vote no on the amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Marilyn Strickland, Kai Kahele, and Chuy Garcia, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Lamb Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
As a member designated by Mrs. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mrs. Salazar will vote no on Amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Adriano Espaillat, Jim Cooper, Nanette Barragan, and David Scott, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Lamb Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson will vote no on Amendment number 2. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cuellar of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on the Lamb Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Barrett of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Barrett of Indiana will vote no on Amendment 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, Mr. Christ, and Ms. Frankel of Florida, and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that all 4 of these members will vote yea on the Lamb Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Michelle Steele of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Steele will vote no on Amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on the Lamb Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote nay on Amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McEachin, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on the Lamb Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote no on Amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series and Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Lamb Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Pete Sessions of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Sessions will vote nay on Amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Price will vote aye on the Lamb Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Waltz of the state of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote nay on Amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on the Lamb Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Taylor will vote no on the Lamb Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mang, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on the Lamb Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. LaMalfa from California, I inform the House that Mr. LaMalfa will vote nay on Amendment 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, is the member designated by Ms. Johnson of Texas, Ms. Newman of Illinois, Ms. Brown of Ohio, Ms. Manning of North Carolina, Mr. Swazi of New York, Mr. Trone of Maryland, Mr. Krishnamurthy of Illinois, and Mr. Kind of Wisconsin. I inform the House that these 8 members will vote yes on the Lamb Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Lukemeyer will be voting no on Amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the Lamb Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Kelly Armstrong of North Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Armstrong will vote no on Amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, from the House that Ms. Mace will vote aye on Amendment number 2. As a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on Amendment number 2.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Donalds of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Donalds will vote nay on Amendment number 2.
On this vote, the yeas are 234, the nays are 189. The amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 3, printed in Part B of House Report 117-285, offered by the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-285, offered by Mr. Raskin of Maryland.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland.
Members will record their vote by electronic device, and this will be a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
That's not just about the campaign. It's about how you're going to be up there when you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Clark from New York, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on the Raskin Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson will vote nay on Amendment number 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Now you do. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware rise? Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Bass of California, and Ms. DeGette of Colorado, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Raskin Amendment. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote nay on Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Price will vote aye on the Raskin Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Lisa McClain of Michigan's 10th District, pursuant to House Resolution, I inform the House Mrs. McClain will vote no on the amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Thompson, Mr. Bowman, Ms. Wilson, vote yes on the Raskin Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis, Mr. Brooks, Mr. Comer, Mr. Green, and Mr. Long, I inform the House that those members will vote nay on Amendment number 3. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on the Raskin Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird of Indiana will vote no on Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Kai Kahele, Rep. Marilyn Strickland, and Rep. Chuy Garcia, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Raskin Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Michelle Steele of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Steele will vote no on Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cuellar of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on the Raskin Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
As a member designated for Mrs. Salazar from Florida, I inform the House that Mrs. Salazar will vote no on Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mang, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on the Raskin Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote aye on Amendment number 3. As member designated by Mr. Wilson, South Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on the Raskin Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote nay on Amendment 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members, Barragan, Cooper, David Scott, and Espaillat, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Raskin Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8. I inform the House Mr. Taylor will vote no on the Raskin Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, Christ, and Ms. Frankel of Florida and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that all 4 members will vote yea on the Raskin Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the Raskin Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series and Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Raskin Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Pete Sessions of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Sessions will vote nay on Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, Mr. Christian Murphy of Illinois, Mr. Swazi of New York, Ms. Johnson of Texas, Ms. Manning of North Carolina, Ms. Newman of Illinois, and Ms. Chantel Brown of Ohio, I inform the House that these 8 members will vote yes on the Raskin Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Waltz of the state of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote nay on Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia rise?
As a member designated by Mr. McEachin, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on the Raskin Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamotha of California, I inform the House that Mr. Lamotha will vote nay on Amendment 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As the member designated by Representatives Danny Davis, Sylvia Garcia, Harder, Jayapal, and Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the Raskin Amendment. As a member designated by Mr. Panetta, I inform the House that Mr. Panetta will vote no on the Raskin Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Ranking Member Lukemeyer will be voting no on Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cacko of New York and Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Cacko and Mr. Joyce will vote nay on Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Donalds of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Donalds will vote nay on Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote no on Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Armstrong will vote no on Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on the Raskin Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Curtis, Stewart, and Owens from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis, Stewart, and Owens will vote nay on Amendment number 3.
the yeas are 209, the nays are 214. The amendment is not adopted. The question is on the engrossment of the third reading. The previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to decriminalize and deschedule cannabis to provide for reinvestment in certain persons adversely impacted by the war on drugs, to provide for expungement of certain cannabis offenses, and for other purposes.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
To recommit the bill H.R. 3617 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The gentleman from Ohio
request the yeas and the nays.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Yvette Clark of New York, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote no on the Republican motion to recommit on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, Mr. Kako of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce and Mr. Kako will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Barrett of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Barrett of Indiana will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by the following members: Mr. Thompson of Mississippi, Mr. Bowman of New York, and Ms. Wilson of Florida, vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Donalds of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Donalds will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cuellar of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bilirakis, Mr. Brooks, Mr. Comer, Mr. Green, and Mr. Long, I inform the House that those members will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
As a member designated by Mrs. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mrs. Salazar will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mason, South Carolina, and Mr. Wilson, South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Mason and Mr. Wilson will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Michelle Steele of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Steele will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Pete Sessions of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Sessions will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series and Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, Mr. Christ, and Ms. Frankel of Florida, and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that all four members will vote will vote nay on the motion to commit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Waltz of the state of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Barragan, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Scott, Mr. Espaillat, I inform the House that the following members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Rice will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McEachin, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote no on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Ranking Member Lukemeyer will be voting yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mang, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I announce to the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Price will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson will vote present on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado, Ms. Bass of California, and Ms. Kelly of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Kelly Armstrong of North Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Armstrong will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Kai Kahele, Marilyn Strickland, and Chuy Garcia, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Curtis, Stewart, and Owens, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis, Stewart, and Owens of Utah will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Member designated by Representatives Danny Davis, Sylvia Garcia, Harder, Jayapal, and Sanchez inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamotha of California, I inform the House that Mr. Lamotha will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Johnson of Texas, Ms. Manning of North Carolina, Ms. Newman of Illinois, and Ms. Chantel Brown of Ohio, Mr. Trone of Maryland, Mr. Swazi of New York, Mr. Krishnamurthy of Illinois, and Mr. Kind of Wisconsin. I inform the House that these 8 members will all vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what? Whoops. One minute. Is it coming up? For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. McLean, Michigan 10, pursuant to House Resolution, I inform the House Ms. McLean will vote aye on motion to recommit.
Ready? On this vote, the yeas are 202, the nays are 220. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The gentleman from Oregon rises.
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3A of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Yvette Clark of New York pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on final passage of H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
As a member designated by Mrs. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mrs. Salazar will vote no on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated Ms. Mace of South Carolina, Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace and Wilson will vote nay on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series and Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Barrett of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Barrett of Indiana will vote no on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Chair, as the member designated by Representatives Danny Davis, Sylvia Garcia, Harder, Jayapal, Panetta, and Sanchez, inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 6833.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Donalds of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Donalds will vote nay on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mang, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Armstrong will vote no on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Chair, as the member designated by Representative Danny Davis, Sylvia Garcia, Harder, Jayapal, Panetta, and Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez from Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado, Ms. Bass of California, and Ms. Kelly of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Michelle Steele of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Steele will vote no on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire rise?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cuellar of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote no on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Waltz of the state of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote nay on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Kai Kahele, Marilyn Strickland, and Chuy Garcia, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson will vote nay on H.R. 3617.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Price will vote aye on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Ranking Member Lukemeyer will be voting no on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Tim Ryan of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on H.R. 3617. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis, Mr. Brooks, Mr. Comer, Mr. Green, and Mr. Long, I inform the House that the members will all vote nay on H.R. 3617. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ, Mr. Lawson, and Ms. Frankel of Florida, and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that all 4 members will vote yea on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote nay on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin of Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
As designated member for Mr. Taylor of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Taylor will vote no on passage of H.R. 3617.
Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by these following members, Mr. Thompson of Mississippi, Mr. Bowman of New York, Ms. Wilson of Florida, vote yes on final passage.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
As the Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pete Sessions of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Sessions will vote nay on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote no on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Suozzi of New York, Mr. Trone of Maryland, Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, Mr. Krishnamurthy of Illinois, Ms. Manning of North Carolina, Ms. Newman of Illinois, Ms. Chantel Brown of Ohio, and Ms. Johnson of Texas. I inform the House that these 8 members will vote yes on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mrs. Lisa McClain of Michigan's 10th District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mrs. McClain will vote no on H.R. 3671.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members, Barragan, Cooper, Espaillat, and David Scott, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Rice will vote nay on H.R. 3617, and as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House Mr. Kinzinger will vote nay on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Messrs. Curtis, Stewart, and Owens from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis, Stewart, and Owens will vote nay on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I regret to inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, Mr. Kako of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce and Mr. Kako will vote nay on H.R. 3617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaMalfa of California, I inform the House that Mr. LaMalfa will vote no on H.R. 3617.
On this vote, the yeas are 220 and the nays are 204. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We did it.
The gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for the purpose of inquiring to the Majority Leader the schedule for next week.
Without objection, the gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
And thanks, Madam Speaker. Also ask unanimous consent to revise and extend remarks.
Without objection.
Appreciate it. With that, be happy to yield to my friend, the gentleman from Maryland, the Majority Leader of the House, Mr. Hoyer.
Scalise, the Republican whip from Louisiana. On Monday, the House will meet at 12 p.m., Madam Speaker, for morning hour and 2 p.m. for legislative business, with votes postponed until 6:30 p.m. On Tuesday and Wednesday, the House will meet at 10 a.m. for morning hour and 12 p.m. for legislative business. On Thursday, the House will meet at 9 a.m. for legislative business. The House will consider several bills under suspension of the rules. The complete list of suspension bills will be announced by the close of business today. The House will consider a resolution from the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th, recommending the House ask the Justice Department to charge Peter Navarro and Dan Scavino, Jr. with criminal contempt of Congress for refusing to testify about their actions and knowledge relating to the violent efforts to prevent the certification of the 2020 election. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the House may consider legislation related to COVID-19 pandemic. Additional legislative items are possible, and I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Thank the gentleman. As we look at the schedule for next week, obviously a lot of concerns about the continuing rising price of gasoline that we've been seeing for the last year and a half. President Biden talked about some things that he will do. Clearly, some of the long-term fixes to lower gas prices that have been filed. One of the bills I know I've mentioned to the Majority Leader in the past, H.R. 6858, is one of the bills that would address some of the real impediments to getting more oil and gas production here in the United States. There are a number of other bills, 6 different bills that were filed by the Natural Resources Committee recently that would address some of the other specific challenges that are holding back the ability for America to produce more oil and gas. I would ask the gentleman if we could get those bills on the calendar so that we can move to actually address the problems that are holding back American oil and gas production, thus leading to higher prices, and I would yield.
I thank the gentleman for that question, and I've been thinking about that because he asks that regularly. I particularly have been thinking about that question in the context of the fact that we have so much available acreage on which to produce oil and gas currently permitted. And when I say number, we're talking about literally millions of acres. There are 9,000, I tell my friend, Madam Speaker, 9,000 unused, approved permits right now. There are 26 million acres of public land available right now. There are 11 million acres of federal waters available, 37 million acres in total. In addition to that, last fall, 80 million acres, that was 37 million, so 80 million acres in the Gulf were put up for auction last fall, 2021, under President Biden, which was the largest lease sale in U.S. history. Unfortunately, the private sector bought only 1.7 million acres out of 80 million. So that, frankly, it appears to be no matter what we pass, no matter how many permits we make available, there is not an appetite in the private sector for producing more. I say that in the context of the producers, to their credit, in terms of they're claiming victory. They're claiming victory at the extraordinary profits that they have gotten. They're buying back stocks. They're paying large dividends, but they're not producing more product. Now, it may well be that they think the price is pretty high and they're making a good profit and they don't need to do anything more. But the gentleman's questions, Madam Speaker, continually imply that there is some impediment to producing more product. Now, of course, the United States is the largest producer of oil and of natural gas in the world. And we have increased very substantially over the past few years production. So that I want to say to the gentleman, the committees are looking at the bills the gentleman refers to, but in terms of production, the United States is producing 18.61 billion barrels per day, which is 20% of the world's production. The president, just the other day, is releasing 1 million barrels a day from the SPRO, from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's going to be 180 billion barrels over the next 6 months. In fact, when he did that, I don't know whether that had a direct impact, but as the gentleman knows, the price on the global market has come down. I think it came down $7 in the last month or $7 in the last week. So that clearly the administration is making some substantial policy changes, one of which is use it or lose it. I said there were 9,000 permitted, ready to go, ready to drill right now, today. And the President has said in his policies, look, we've given all these permits. If you're not going to use these permits, then you're either going to pay a fee or you're going to give them back, and we're going to ask other people who want to produce more product. You would think in a capitalist system, which we have, which I strongly, strongly support, that given the price of oil being so high, that people would look for more product, unless they wanted to limit the availability of product and therefore keep the price even higher. I don't know which is the option there, but I will tell the gentleman that the President has activated the Defense Production Act. They're looking for critical materials, not just oil, but lithium, nickel, cobalt, graphite, manganese, for all sorts of things that we need. So the President is taking very, very strong steps. In addition to that, which is very important, Madam Speaker, in addition to that, what we've done is pass legislation which will, in the relatively near term, not tomorrow, not next week, not next month, make us less and less reliant on overseas suppliers of energy that clearly have shown themselves to be not reliable and clearly have been seen to be people who want to create a monopoly, a cartel, so that they can keep prices unusually high and, of course, in the process, continue to assault the environment and damage the climate of this global community which will have an extraordinary cost. So in answer to the gentleman's question, the committees are looking at those bills that you mentioned. I will mention to them again, looking at those bills. But very frankly, any implication that we are not producing more product because there is some constraint by the federal government on production is simply not accurate, Madam Speaker. Again, 9,000 leases, 37 million acres available, 26 million on land, on public lands, permitted, ready to go. They have not been drilled on. And the President is saying,
the gentleman yield?
if you, I'll end now, if you don't drill, if you're not going to produce more product, we want more product, we need more product in the short term. If you don't want to produce it, then we're going to give those leases to somebody else. I yield to my friend.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. A number of problems with the way that the President's plan was described is that that is not what the President has done. The President has worked aggressively through many of his federal agencies to, in fact, block the production of oil and gas. And let me bring you back to candidate Barack Obama. There's a number of specific examples I'm going to give the gentleman because the gentleman gave a number of specific examples that just don't comply with the facts, starting with the 9,000 leases, the thousands of acres that I know the President's talked about, others have talked about, that frankly don't tell the picture of what the President's also doing to ensure that you cannot develop on those lands. You cannot develop with those 9,000 leases. And I'll go back to candidate Joe Biden. This is what Joe Biden said when he was a candidate for president. And I quote, "No more drilling on federal lands. No more drilling, including offshore. No ability for the oil and gas industry to continue to drill, period. It ends." That was Joe Biden as a candidate. The problem is he continued to take steps to carry through on that, and starting with the 9,000 leases. And if you have a lease to drill, it sounds really good until you realize that you still have to go through other steps to develop that. First of all, in some cases, you may actually go test wells, and you find out that they're not producing. Thousands, by the way, of those in the 9,000 are not producing wells, meaning they're dry holes. There is no oil. Now, I don't know if you're going to fine a company because they're not drilling in an area where there is no oil, but maybe that's what the President's talking about, or maybe he doesn't understand the process of drilling for oil. So then you go to some of the other areas, and I'll give you Section 1002 of ANWR as an example. There needs to be seismic development where you go and test to see where the oil is. We have a lot of advanced technology where in the past they might drill even more dry holes. Today you can actually go and develop through seismic technology to know pretty well where the oil is, where the biggest reserves are, and then that's where you go and drill. And so the federal agencies are blocking the ability to do seismic activity, so you can't find out what is under the ground. So great, you've got a permit, you can't find out the seismic because the Biden administration is blocking it, so you can't make the multi-billion-dollar investment because you don't know what's under the ground where. In other countries, they allow that to happen. These companies are making investment, by the way. They're just not making the investment in America because they can't get cooperation from the regulating agencies because the regulating agencies don't want them to drill. Because again, President Joe Biden as a candidate said, there will be no more drilling, no ability for the oil industry to continue to drill, period. It ends. And then he directed his agencies to do it. Another example that has been brought up just the other day, less than a week ago. Again, we're talking about prices hovering in the $100 range. Raiding in the short term the Strategic Petroleum Reserve actually makes our country less safe because SPRO is there to be a safety net. If there's a national crisis somewhere, you can rely on SPRO to get you through the next few weeks while you're working on a supply chain issue. That's not what's going on. The President's just raiding SPRO to try to cover up for his failed policy. And so if you look at what he just did the other day, President Biden's Securities and Exchange Commission just put out a whole new set of rules and regulations to make it hard not just for oil and gas companies, but any other company to use fossil fuels. Again, he's talked about this publicly. He wants to move away from fossil fuels. The problem is he's telling his regulatory agencies to go make it incredibly difficult and more expensive to use fossil fuels. In his budget just earlier this week, he proposed $45 billion in new taxes on oil and gas in America. Now, I know he's been in the past begging Putin to produce more. He's begging Venezuela, other dictators, Iran to produce more oil. He's not proposing to raise their taxes. He's proposing to raise the taxes on oil and gas produced in America to the tune of $45 billion in his budget he just released Monday. That would mean higher gas prices. But what it also does is it tells the oil and gas companies, don't drill in America, because that's what President Biden as a candidate said. No more drilling, period. It ends. Then the SEC continued to do other things, this ESG movement, where they're trying to get the big oil and gas companies to not drill for oil. So you're an oil and gas company, you're Exxon, and they're pushing to try to get those companies to separate into two different entities so that they can cut off financing for oil and gas development projects. They're doing it right now. We've got a number of bills to fix this. And as the gentleman talks about, we want to do these things, we want to open it up, except if you're saying on one hand, I'm going to build this road, and I don't know why you're not driving down the road, but on the other hand, you've got people barricading the road, and then you say, look, nobody's using the road, so why even bother? Fine them for not using the road. And then you go look at the on-ramp, and you find out that they've put 10 barricades in front of the on-ramp so you can't get on the road. That's what President Biden has done to oil and gas drilling in America. He's actually failed to comply with the law on the requirements that he conduct lease sales, that he's not conducted, which the law requires him to do. There are actually lawsuits that we've won in court, and he continues to obfuscate those laws. So there's a bill called the Restore Onshore Energy Production Act. It immediately resumes oil and gas lease sales and requires quarterly lease sales in each state with an oil and gas program. That's something the president should be doing. If he wanted to actually lower cost of gasoline and produce in America, he would be doing, but he won't do it. So this bill would require him to do it. I would love us to bring that bill up. And again, if the gentleman says, hey, why don't we produce on those 9,000 leases, this would actually help the ones that aren't dry holes, where companies are trying to find out how they can go and drill, but they're being blocked by President Biden's different regulatory agencies. This would remove some of those roadblocks. The Strategy to Secure Offshore Energy Act would actually require the publication of the 5-year plan for offshore oil and gas lease sales and require timelines for developing subsequent leasing plans. That's supposed to be done under law. The president's not doing it. This would require he do it. The Energy Permitting Certainty Act requires Department of Interior to process applications for permits to drill under a valid lease regardless of any unrelated civil actions, where some of these groups use other laws like the Endangered Species Act to block drilling. Again, saying there's leases, why aren't you using them? President Biden's saying we're going to fine you for not using them, as he's using his other agencies to stop them from using the leases. So you've got EPA over here, you've got the Department of Interior over there, you've got the SEC over there, all putting up roadblocks to the roadway. And then the president says, look, there's no cars on the road. We're going to fine you for not using the road. Well, how about you take the roadblocks off the on-ramp so that you can actually get on the road and drill? President Biden is trying to have it both ways. He's trying to appease the people who he promised, I'm going to shut down drilling. Unfortunately, he is doing that. But then he's going and telling the public, I want them to drill, and in fact, I'm going to fine them if they don't drill, while he's stopping them from drilling. Again, other bills that we have to fix these problems that President Biden is putting up as roadblocks. The Securing American Energy and Investing in Reliancy Act requires the Department of Interior to conduct all remaining offshore and oil and gas leases in the current leasing plan and issue the leases won as a result of lease sales 257. Additional impediments he's put in front of people that have already followed the rules, but he's still not letting them actually go do what they want to do. They want to drill in America, and he's forcing them out of America. That's why he's begging foreign countries when he himself can remove the roadblocks that he put in place to stop drilling in America. And there are more bills. There's a number of other bills. We'll be happy to go over each of them with you. But what we're asking is, There are very specific things President Biden's done to impede the ability for us to drill in America. There are companies all across this country that know how to drill and can't drill in America. And instead of the president trying to use taglines and divert and talk about Putin and everybody else, when he's the one that's given Putin leverage by shutting America off. And again, this isn't accidental. He, as a candidate, said, no more drilling on federal lands, no more drilling, including offshore, no ability for the oil and gas industry to continue to drill, period. It ends. Unfortunately, it has ended, and we're trying to get it started up again by reversing the very things Joe Biden did to stop it. And we're asking for help here on this floor to address these very specific problems, and I would yield.
Well, I'm not surprised that the gentleman and many of the bills that he refers to want to undermine the regulation to protect the health and welfare of the American people, which those are designed to do, and most of which I think your side of the aisle did not support or enforce when you were in charge of the presidency. Madam Speaker, all of that rhetoric about the president doesn't want to do this, doesn't want to do this, 80 million acres, 1.7 million acres bid on. If, in fact, people were looking for additional ways and means to produce, the fact at a price that is historic, they would do so. And he dismisses, Madam Speaker, the 9,000 leases that exist. Now, maybe his...
For correction, that is not what I did. I actually went through how those 9,000 leases are being blocked by the president from being utilized properly.
Yes. If, in fact, that was the reason for non-production, we all would have heard of the fact that we're not producing, and the stock market would have heard about that, and the companies would be lamenting the fact that they're not producing more. In fact, when you read their reports, they're indicating we're making very high profits, we're not putting money into production at this point in time, and we are buying back stocks, and we are paying high dividends. I do not criticize them for making what is a business decision. That business decision, however, has had an adverse effect. Why? Because we are not moving quickly enough to not be reliant on fossil fuels, which the president, in his remarks, wants to get to. We have a disagreement between our parties, Madam Speaker, on that issue. Drill, baby, drill. That has been the mantra forever. And it was 73 degrees yesterday. And our planet is hurting. The trees on my property produce blossoms long before they usually do. They're confused. But not only are they confused, it is dangerous for agriculture. It's dangerous for human beings. It's dangerous for animal life. It's dangerous for our seas. And we have a difference of opinion. That's what the president was speaking to, that we need to move towards that end. But he understands, as we all understand, that fossil fuels are necessary right now. Natural gas is right. We're the biggest producer of natural gas in the world. We're the biggest producer of oil in the world. That hasn't stopped. And yes, we need to get to, as our Build Back Better bill does, that none of you voted for, it gets to a reliance on fuel that will not help Putin. Now, there's some people in your party who apparently think Putin is a pretty good guy, he's a genius, he's this, that, and the other. We don't think so. We think he's a war criminal. And we think there's some other folks who are providing us with oil on whom we ought not to rely. Not only for the global health, but also for our national security. And to the extent that we invest in alternatives, which, by the way, every energy company in America, and I think the world probably, I'm not going to say that, but in America, that I've talked to, wants to do, who are all doing research on alternative energy sources because they know that at some point, we need to get off of a reliance on fossil fuel. That's what the president was speaking about. But he put 80 million acres in the Gulf for lease. Well, why would anybody put 80 million if they were no more release, no more drilling? He put 80 million acres and only 1.7 million the private sector even sort of nodded at. Before any test, before any knowledge, you know, they need the lease to test it. So I say to my friend, we're going to need fossil fuel. And we need to bring gasoline prices down. But very frankly, you're not going to bring prices down if we don't produce more product, and the focus is not higher profits, buying back stock, and making high dividends. There's no incentive to do that. We need to do it. I hope, I've urged the president to talk to the leaders of the energy companies in our country. They're part of the success of America. And we're at war. We're at war with Putin, a war criminal, a tyrant. And that has destabilized world markets. And in the last month, up $1. That's Putin's dollar we're paying. We're paying that dollar because of Putin. You mentioned Putin as an aside, Madam Speaker, the whip did, just as an aside. As if the contemplation, as the president pointed out, Madam Speaker, that Russia was going to invade Ukraine. Even Mr. Zelensky thought, you know, maybe you're overstating the case. Extraordinarily courageous leader in Ukraine. So even in preparation for the instability that this war that Putin has criminally undertaken without any provocation, murdering people, women and children, people in hospitals, people in schools. Yes, oil prices have gone up because the world market, we don't control it here, the world market was very concerned about this. So although it's $1 since he invaded, I'm convinced that a substantial amount of the increase was caused by the instability that his threat, marshaling troops at the border of Ukraine and Belarus and from Russia, destabilized the market, no doubt about it. I tell the gentleman again, there is an ability to drill, there's an ability to do research and discover and do the seismic tests. There is that ability now. I don't accept the gentleman's premise that there is a roadblock. The president does not want to expand. You understand that. He said that. You quoted him. He wants to get to alternative energy sources. He wants to save the planet. I share that view with him. But we're going to have fossil fuels in the short term because we won't be able to power our economy or our people for some years to come. Hopefully by 2035 we'll have a substantial reduction, and hopefully by 2050 a very, very substantial reduction, perhaps zero. But in the short term, we're going to need a resource that has been a critical resource for the growth of our economy and other economies around the world. So nobody's criticizing those who produce that. At least I say nobody. I'm not criticizing them. But I really believe that we can get more production under present circumstances, and that's what we ought to be doing. I yield.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Clearly, we disagree on many of these items. Drilling in America is the cleanest way to produce oil in the world. If it's going to come from Russia, which I don't want, if it's going to come from any dictator, they actually emit more carbon than if you make it in America. But I want to point out, as the gentleman talked about this magical lease sale in the Gulf of Mexico and why no one bid on it, the reason is because it didn't happen. Mm-hmm. The Biden administration did not move forward with that lease sale. And that's what we're trying to address with these bills.
The Biden just didn't make that decision. The courts made that decision.
But the gentleman was saying it wasn't bid on. The oil companies didn't want to do it. They did. They wanted to invest in America. An environmental group went to block it and got a court to go along with them. And the normal practice is the administration stands up for America and American policy and objects. And the Biden administration refused to challenge it in the courts because they didn't want the lease sale to go forward. And the lease sale did not go forward. That's why no one bid on it, because there was no lease sale. We fixed that with these pieces of legislation we'd like to bring to the floor. But we will continue this discussion. Hopefully we can resolve it. We'll continue pushing for it. And with that, I would yield back.
Wait for them to move. Entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to reintroduce our Transforming Student Debt to Home Equity Act. Home ownership is a key that opens the door to the middle class for tens of millions of Americans. But today, too many young workers and their families are weighed down by student loan debt that keeps this dream out of their reach. The Transforming Student Debt to Home Equity Act would create a pilot program to test various approaches that combine student loan payments and mortgage payments into one monthly bill. It would empower hardworking Americans that are current on student loan repayments to actually combine their loan costs, allowing them to build home equity. The purpose of this act is to move forward with those pilot projects. And with millions of vacant homes around our country, this legislation would spur neighborhood revitalization and improve our quality of life. The promises of the American dream should be available to all. So let us lift up and invest in new means to help the next generation and invest in middle-class workers and families that build up our nation by investing in it. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak to the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
With that objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to the attack on families in rural America by the Biden administration in their reallocation of emergency rental assistance funds. As of March 31st, unspent ERA funds from rural states like my home state of Arkansas are being taken and given to a handful of blue states like New York, California, and New Jersey, who have already received and spent their own share of emergency rental assistance funds. As the Treasury claws back this money, this reallocation of funds will disproportionately affect rural America. The reallocation of ERA money is unfair and turns a blind eye to the needs of renters who have not received rental assistance simply because they live in rural areas of our country. To stand up for rural Arkansans and Americans across the country, I've introduced Protecting Rural Renters Act, which will prohibit the ERA funds originally promised to our rural areas from being reallocated elsewhere. This act will simply remove the state allocations from the statutory clawbacks and effectively prevent these funds from being taken away from our rural citizens. This is in the best interest of our nation.
Time has expired.
And I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
With that objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
As the conversation around the country centers on the legalization of marijuana, we must simultaneously address the criminal and racial justice issues embedded in this conversation. Despite cannabis usage rates between white and non-whites being similar, Black Americans are arrested for cannabis offenses at a rate of nearly 4 to 1 compared to whites. For decades, the war on drugs has been a tool to target Black and brown Americans. As a result, their life trajectories have been impacted negatively. The MORE Act would create a community reinvestment grant program which would provide funding for communities negatively impacted by the war on drugs. These grants would be used for the development of expungement processes, employment programs, and substance use disorder treatment. These reinvestments are imperative for our communities and our country. And I'm proud that I voted to pass the MORE Act today as an affirmative step toward the criminal justice reform. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, last year I introduced H.R. 6176 with the goal of preventing the Secretary of Energy and the President from doing exactly what they announced this week, tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve without issuing a plan for American energy independence. Now, several months after living under President Biden's failed energy policies and decisions, he has announced the largest release of oil reserves in history, putting 1 million additional barrels on the market per day on average every day for the next 6 months. Biden's anti-American energy agenda jeopardizes our national security once again. Tapping the SPR at the levels announced this week by this administration is a dangerous move. Drawing down our strategic reserves by over 25% poses a huge national security risk. A risk that America would not be in the place to take if Biden would end the federal freeze on all new oil and gas projects and stop the regulatory assault on U.S. energy development and financing. Tapping the SPR will not lower gas prices. Today is April Fool's Day, but with Biden in office, you would think every day is April Fool's Day. However, he's not pulling innocent pranks on the American people,
gentleman's time has
but
expired.
he's personally harming the safety, security, and prosperity of America. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much going on these days, so much to comment on. And at this time, I would like to yield such time as she may consume to my friend from Iowa whenever she is ready.
Thank you, Representative. Accomplishments of an incredible athlete from Iowa's 2nd District. Kevin McKee of Davenport recently finished competing in the Beijing 2020 Paralympics, where he won a gold medal in sled hockey. Kevin has proudly represented the United States for over a decade, winning gold medals in the last 3 Paralympics. Kevin has always had a passion for sports, playing tennis in high school and wheelchair basketball in college. However, Kevin soon realized his passion for sled hockey in 2020 when he started playing on the sled hockey club team with the Rehabilitation Institute of Chicago. Beginning in 1960, the Paralympic Games are held every 4 years and feature a wide range of athletes with different physical abilities, including impaired muscle power, impaired passive range of motion, limb deficiency, leg length difference, hypertonia, ataxia, athetosis, vision impairment, and intellectual impairment. The Paralympics are also held immediately following the respective Summer and Winter Olympic Games. Paralympians like Kevin show all of us that with hard work, dedication, and the drive to succeed, anything is possible. Congratulations, Kevin, on an outstanding performance, and I look forward to cheering you on in the future. Thank you, Mr. Representative. Madam Speaker, I yield back my time.
And I thank the lady, and I noticed the skill and adroitness of Ms. Miller making her way hurriedly around the rows, through the rows. Must have picked up something from such a great hockey player. But I want to turn my attention to some recent criticisms of an amazing man. I agree with some who have clerked at the Supreme Court that Justice Clarence Thomas may be easily the most intelligent justice on the court. That fact actually turned him from his days at Yale Law School. Actually, he started Harvard for, I think, a day or so, but he felt like Harvard was too conservative, so he dropped out, applied to Yale, and was pleased it seemed more liberal in its thinking. But Yale was able to take a brilliant person like that, and according to his book, he began to notice how liberals who were white seemed to look down on him with an arrogant view of Clarence Thomas that, gee, if it weren't for us liberals, a black man like Clarence Thomas would not have even gotten into this school, when actually he had the raw intelligence to do that regardless, and had done well everywhere he had been, including Holy Cross, when he originally went there thinking he might be a priest at some point. Those are my recollections from his autobiography, a splendid read, My Grandfather's Son. But that kind of arrogance, looking down on him like he couldn't do this on his own if it weren't for us liberals, turned him off. And that, along with other issues, drove him to become quite conservative. And the clarity with which he sees issues is a real treasure for the U.S. Supreme Court. Now, just as when he was nominated to the Supreme Court, he's come under grave attacks from these same liberals that used to look down on him when he was a liberal, thinking he couldn't possibly be as smart as they were, when actually he exceeded their level of intelligence. But that was what was called a soft form of discrimination. What he's experienced in the hearings for his confirmation since he's been on the U.S. Supreme Court clearly has not been soft discrimination. It has been overt, radical, mean-spirited, evil discrimination. Nothing soft about it. How dare that man come off the plantation and dare to have any point of view that was not provided to him by other liberals. Man thinks for himself, and he is brilliant. And these same liberals that are now coming after him seek not only to discriminate against him because he's a black conservative who's brilliant, but they also want to assert a marriage penalty against him because his wife also thinks for herself. Now, there's a great article written by Mark Paoletta, and this is dated March 11th. I won't go through the whole article, but he says, D.C. Circuit Judge Nina Pillard, for example, voted not to rehear a case rejecting President Trump's refusal to produce his tax returns in response to a congressional subpoena. That was exactly what her husband, the ACLU's litigation director advocated in an article reviewing the lower court decision. Now, Justice Thomas is being told he needs to recuse himself because he has a wife who thinks for herself. We can't have that, these liberals say. Yet the hypocrisy rises higher and higher with every comment they make about Justice Thomas and or his wife. Ninth Circuit Judge Stephen Reinhart, a liberal icon, participated in a case even after his wife, the chief of an ACLU chapter, commented on the lower court opinion. Her ACLU chapter even submitted a brief to the district court. Reinhart defended his decision not to recuse, writing his wife's, quote, "views are hers, not mine. I do not in any way condition my opinions on the position she takes regarding any issues," unquote, even though he took the same position that his wife took. The article said ethics experts defended Reinhart's decision, noting that, quote, "Judge Reinhart is not presumed to be the reservoir and carrier of his wife's beliefs. A contrary outcome would deem a judge's spouse unable to hold most any position of advocacy, creating what amounts to a marriage penalty." Exactly. And liberals will not apply that standard to liberals, and yet they come after Justice Thomas with their fangs bared, viciously attacking him and his wife. What happened to the old ideas of liberals being these caring, compassionate people who would never judge one spouse by the acts or thoughts of the other? Well, those have gone by the wayside, and we see exactly what's at play here. Article says the Supreme Court has long rejected this marriage penalty. Further down, it says, while any lower court can substitute a recused judge with another judge, there is no one to replace a Supreme Court justice who recuses. And that's what we lost my constitutional law professor in the last year, David Gwynn. He was a tough professor, but a great teacher, and he continued to be an incredible resource up to the end of his life. And he used to say, there's only one court that owes its existence wholly to the U.S. Constitution. Of course, that's the U.S. Supreme Court. All other courts, as he would say, rely completely on the auspices of the Congress for their existence, for their continued existence, and for their jurisdiction. So it is interesting to look at this, and it's a great point that is being made by some scholars. Since the Supreme Court is set up as a separate branch, that's actually the one that Congress does not have authority to set up rules for recusal for the Supreme Court. This article, Mr. Paletta, says, consistent with the court's policy, even though Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg's husband, Marty Ginsburg, practiced law at a firm that represented parties before the Supreme Court, Justice Ginsburg never recused herself. Law professor Jane Ginsburg, the justice's daughter, wrote an article about a case pending before the Supreme Court. The petitioner even cited Jane's article in his brief, and Justice Ginsburg voted for the result advocated by her daughter. Marty Ginsburg solved a complex tax problem for his client, Ross Perot's company, EDS, and Perot endowed a chair named after Marty Ginsburg at Georgetown University Law Center, where Perot and EDS appeared several times, or when Perot and EDS appeared several times before the Supreme Court. Justice Ginsburg did not recuse, nor was she required to, and I would add, nor did any of these people attacking the black conservative Justice Thomas bother to advocate their new position back then. If reporters mean to tighten recusal standards, they should prepare to levy a marriage penalty on all judges' spouses, not just the Thomases. But the press now singles out Justice Thomas, calling on him to recuse because of his wife's activities. Ginny Thomas is a longtime conservative activist who works with groups that take public positions on issues and sometimes even file amicus briefs at the Supreme Court. But unlike the spouses and children of other judges, Ginny Thomas does not practice law, much less write briefs. She merely builds conservative coalitions to pursue shared political aims. None of her activities require Justice Thomas to recuse. Even so, the press criticized Ginny Thomas for honoring conservative leaders at awards luncheons because those individuals subsequently filed amicus briefs at the Supreme Court. Historically, this has not required recusal. Ginsburg once donated an autographed copy of her VMI opinion to the pro-abortion Now Political Action Committee, which auctioned off the opinion at a fundraiser in 1997. Moreover, in 2004, she spoke at a lecture named after herself for the Now Legal Defense Fund. That's the National Association of Women, on whose board she served in the 1970s. 2 weeks before that lecture, Justice Ginsburg voted in favor of a position advocated by now the National Association of Women, or Organization of Women Legal Defense Fund, in an amicus brief. None of those activities required Ginsburg to recuse, but the press has attacked Justice Thomas for stoking concerns of a hyper-partisan court by attending conservative events. Thomas's critics conveniently ignore the numerous instances of liberal justices attending similar events, such as Justice Sotomayor giving speeches to the Liberal American Constitution Society. These recent stories have also ignored Justice Ginsburg's partisan attack on Donald Trump during the 2016 presidential campaign. The justice called him a faker and criticized him for not disclosing his tax returns. She even voiced concerns about Trump being president. The day after he was elected, Ginsburg again objected by wearing a collar that traditionally signaled she would be dissenting in a case, though there were no cases handed down that day. Yet she sat on a case challenging a congressional subpoena for President Trump's tax returns, and she decided plenty of other cases involving President Trump and his administration. No one talked about impeaching Justice Ginsburg for her conduct. The media are weaponizing baseless ethics charges to smear a conservative black justice. Justice Thomas infuriates them because he expresses views they consider unacceptable for a black man to hold, and because an increasing number of justices are aligned with those views and may be ready to issue rulings that undercut long-standing liberal precedents but going after his wife is despicable, and it won't work. So it's also interesting that the majority in H.R. 1 attempts to go after, without naming Justice Thomas, it requires the Judicial Conference of the United States, which is chaired by the Chief Justice, to establish a mandatory code of conduct for the justices of the U.S. Supreme Court. This is potentially unconstitutional, and this is according to testimony before Congress by Hans von Spassky, and he makes a good point. Article 3 states that the judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court and in such inferior courts as Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. The Constitution, not Congress, created the Supreme Court. It is an independent, co-equal branch. In the same way that the justices cannot dictate what ethics rules apply to members of Congress or the president, it's highly questionable whether Congress can dictate the ethics rules that apply to the Supreme Court. Since the Judicial Conference was established by Congress, quote, for the benefit of the courts it created, and is, quote, an instrument for the management of the lower federal courts, its committees have no mandate to prescribe rules or standards for any other body, unquote. According to the Chief Justice, justices use the current code of conduct for the lower courts as guidance, as well as, quote, a wide variety of other authorities to resolve specific ethics issues, unquote. Supreme Court has, quote, never addressed whether Congress may impose those requirements on the Supreme Court, unquote. But serious constitutional problem under Article 3 with Congress trying to impose such mandates on the justices, although they comply with the current provisions voluntarily. So very good points, but just interesting how selective things have gotten. Now, most judges and most judicial standards will indicate that if a justice has spoken out and taken a position on a case that has come or is before the court, it indicates an opinion before the case has concluded that that justice should be recused. But we know two of the Supreme Court justices actually appeared, performed weddings, same-sex weddings, before they came out with their opinion. So that certainly seemed to raise questions that people attacking Justice Thomas never actually raised back during those days. And it was interesting to be in here and hear the colloquy between the majority leader and the majority whip, and hear the majority leader go back to the allegations raised by President Biden about all these leases that are not being utilized for drilling. Quite interesting, because, you know, there are some very legitimate reasons about why they're not utilized. And one of the things that has done tremendous damage to investment in additional wells, for one thing, there's been encouragement. You know, banks look the other way. Do not get involved in fossil fuel development, which is rather interesting. could lead to our own demise as a republic when we have been the most blessed country when it comes to natural resources of any country of which I'm aware. The whole world is jealous, and yet we routinely put off limits those very resources that we desperately need, even though we produce them more cleanly for the environment than any other country that we're buying them from, particularly China, Russia, others that have gotten control, some in Africa. But one article here by Peter Hassan about Biden's misleading spin about oil production under him versus Trump. The White House framing omits a key fact. While domestic oil production in 2021 was higher than it was in 2017, it was lower than it was in 2018, 2019, and 2020, federal statistics show. And the reason, the significant reason for that is that drilling doesn't occur overnight. Production doesn't occur overnight. It is a work in progress. So that one president, when he comes into office, actually inherits the preparation to drill or the killing of drilling by the prior president. So when President Trump took office, his first year, the drilling numbers were a result and production numbers were a result of what had happened before he took office. And thus, when President Biden takes credit for production numbers in his first year, of course, he doesn't want to acknowledge, but those were a result of actions taken during the Trump administration. But after that, he does deserve to get credit for the damage or the good that is done. An article by Thomas Barabi and Ariel Zilber points out that if President Joe Biden came out forcefully on the side of increasing U.S. oil production, the price of a barrel could fall quickly, experts told the New York Post, even if it takes a while to bring that new energy online. Just look at what happened Wednesday. This article's from March 9th. In the wake of the United Arab Emirates and Iraq saying they'd up production by an estimated 800 barrels a day. The global price of oil dropped by $22 a barrel within minutes. If Biden signaled full-throated support for U.S. drillers to get to work and perhaps allowed the restarting of the Keystone XL pipeline from Canada, global oil prices could similarly fall sharply, the industry experts told the Post. Now, I have noticed that when there's good news about production of oil or natural gas, that the price doesn't fall quite as quickly as it goes up after bad news. But it should be noted that after years of not replacing oil in the strategic petroleum reserve of oil, the SPRO, President Trump not only saw to it that America became energy independent for the first time in decades, but they started putting oil in that strategic petroleum reserve so that in the event of an emergency, we would have oil to keep going. It was not put there for a president that's done damage to our ability to produce what we need, to try to get out from under the criticisms from people that can't afford where he has driven the price of energy. And in fact, I would humbly submit that by President Biden's starting to take 1 million barrels of oil per day from that strategic petroleum reserve. He's setting America up for a catastrophe because there are interruptions in the production of oil and natural gas. They come time to time, and especially when there is war activity. Now, President Biden used a claim that this is a wartime emergency. Yet, under our Constitution, only the U.S. Congress has the authority to declare war, and no such war has been declared. And in fact, President Biden has made very clear we're not putting troops in Ukraine. And I was hearing on news today that actually things that were announced by this administration that would be helping Ukraine fight off Russia have not arrived. They were announcements, but the help that was supposed to be coming from the United States has not come that will help them fight off Russia. So we can hear all the grand pronouncements about how evil Putin is, but at times, they're just that. They're pronouncements because we're not giving the help to Ukraine that's being promised. Is this some kind of show without putting actions behind it? A lot of the Ukrainians think so when they look at the Biden administration because they're desperate. They're fighting with all they have. And I heard the majority leader casting aspersions at Republicans, thinking Putin is some great guy. He's a thug. And yet, who was it that put back in Putin's head that the United States has no problem with him attacking innocent countries and invading innocent countries? Well, we can go back in the second half of the Bush administration, George W. Bush administration, when President Bush and Secretary Condoleezza Rice got upset, as many of us did, when Putin's Russia invaded the country of Georgia. And he slapped some very serious sanctions on Russia to try to send a message, don't go invading other countries. So when Biden became vice president, Obama became president, one of the first things they did, they sent a Secretary of State named Clinton with a red plastic button that they misnamed in Russian. They meant to call it a reset button, but the people working for the Obama-Biden administration and for Secretary Clinton were not smart enough to properly translate the word, so it didn't mean reset. But they went over there with the intention of sending a message that, President Bush, he overreacted when you attacked Georgia. And the message from Obama, Biden, Clinton was, we won't overreact like that when you invade countries you shouldn't. We won't. We don't have a problem with it. Bush, that was Bush. That was Condoleezza Rice. They had a problem with your invading Georgia, but we don't have a problem like that. What was Putin supposed to think? Exactly what he thought. Number one, this Biden, Obama, Clinton, they're weak people. And they're giving me a green light to invade Crimea, which he did. And what happened? Nothing. Obama-Biden administration sent blankets over there. It's hard to stop a tank with a blanket. That's what was sent. But the message, Putin got that message. And then Trump comes in, and he can say flattering things about Putin, but he knew that Putin is not stupid, and he knew that he could be vicious, and he made very clear, you don't invade under my administration or you will pay a big price. But once President Trump was gone, and we got back to the old policies of the Obama-Biden administration, Putin knew he had a president that he could push around. And that was accented when President Biden telegraphed that, we could be okay with a minor incursion. If it's just a small invasion, we probably wouldn't even react. That was the message that was heard in Russia. And, at times it's almost as if there are people in this administration that have been paid off by Russia. Well, I guess some people in the Biden family have been paid off. But that's another matter. It's times, though, it does seem like with the change in policy of standing firmly against China's devastating activity when it comes to stealing our secrets, patents, copyrights, and the lack of action by this administration, it does seem like, it makes you wonder, is somebody getting paid off in this administration? And then you realize, oh yeah, the Biden family's made a lot of money from China. So, people want to talk about Clarence Thomas maybe should recuse himself. I wish they'd apply those standards to people who benefit in this administration from the failure to stop China. In any event, just mark my words, this administration, President Biden, releasing 1 million barrels of oil a day from our strategic petroleum reserve is really going to come back to hurt us when we're in an emergency situation and we need that oil. It's not going to be there because President Biden was hoping he could ameliorate some of the anger of voters by the prices that we're seeing at the gas pump, the prices we're seeing in inflation, because that's the thing. When energy prices go up, it affects every price. Because food, the things we use to stay warm or to house ourselves, even cars even electric cars cannot be produced without the use of fossil fuel. Can't. They will someday, but they can't right now. You got to have fossil fuel or you cannot make a car. Not for production, not cheap enough to be bought by the American public. So, I know, and it's been, since I've been here in Congress, I filed a bill to have a huge cash prize to anyone who could develop a type of battery, capacitor, some way to hold megawattage of electricity for at least 30 days without significant loss. Because one of these days, somebody is going to come up with that. An ability to hold electricity. When that happens, we won't need fossil fuel at all. And whoever comes up with the way to do that is going to be mega wealthy. Heck, once we have that ability, we should be able to capture lightning. There are all kinds of ways we can have energy. And I know I've been told, oh no, we already can capture energy because someplace they have water in a lower reservoir and during off-peak times, they pump the water up to a higher reservoir so that during peak times, they have the water flow down, and that turns turbines, and that produces electricity. Yeah, that's storing energy, but it's not storing electricity. That energy has to then be converted back into electricity by turning the turbines. But someday we're going to have the ability to have energy held in massive quantities, but right now we don't have that ability. And the batteries that are being used in vehicles, we're headed for all kinds of headaches when enough people buy electric vehicles and we have to do something with all of those toxic batteries. It's going to be bad. It's going to be horrendous for the environment if too many people start buying electric vehicles. So there's a great article by Kevin O'Scanlan in March this year entitled The Red Herring of Unused Leases, which is what the Majority Leader brought up. Says, the fact is natural gas and oil companies hold numbers of, quote, non-producing leases, which is far different from the claim of, quote, unused, unquote, leases mentioned by the White House and by our Majority Leader. Here's some key numbers. 1,548, that's the number of non-producing offshore leases according to the Federal Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. 13,000, that's the approximate number of non-producing onshore leases according to the U.S. Bureau of Land Management. But the context says non-producing means exactly that. These are leases that have not yet been developed to the point of actual production. The average time from onshore lease sale to production is 3 to 4 years, 7 to 10 years for offshore leases, and those that have not produced commercial volumes of oil and gas. Polling released last week shows that Americans know the stakes involved overseas and at home. They overwhelmingly support, by 90% margin, increased U.S. production over reliance on foreign energy. That means lawmakers and regulators need to address that. First, by some members of the Biden administration, including White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, on Thursday, is that American oil and natural gas producers are sitting on hundreds of unused federal leases and do not need access to more. The second, by some industry opponents, is that ramping up U.S. production will not help the Ukrainian people today. Psaki has made the claim about unused federal leases before. It's become a line at the White House. When pressed to explain why it isn't doing more to support American oil and gas production. With soaring demand putting upward pressure on prices and much of Europe at the mercy of its top energy provider, Russia. Well, here's key facts about federal leases. The law already requires companies to either produce oil and or gas on leases or return the leases to the government, the so-called use it or lose it provision. It's already in there. Generally, it's required in the first 10 years. When a company acquires a lease, it makes a significant financial investment at the beginning of the lease in the form of a non-refundable bonus bid and pays additional rent until and unless it begins producing. For federal onshore, Mineral Leasing Act prevents any one company from locking up unproductive, excessive federal acreage. Developing a lease takes years and substantial effort to determine whether the underlying geology holds commercial quantities of oil and gas. The lengthy process to develop them from lease is often extended by administrative and legal challenges at every step along the way. Every company is familiar with lawfare, going to court, being drugged repeatedly into court to try to stop the use of a lease. The argument about unused leases is a red herring, a smokescreen for energy policies that have had a hamstringing effect on the world's leading producer of natural gas and oil. It suggests American producers have been motivated by a desire to manipulate the market during the current crisis in Europe. This is false. American oil and gas producers are able and willing to do their part to support American energy leadership, including providing energy that can help allies abroad. Ultimately, energy policies affect the energy investment climate. Specifically, they impact the ability of producers, typically accountable to shareholders, to take the risks involved in spending billions of dollars to find and develop oil and gas. Mischaracterizing the way federal leases work does not help foster new investment nor risk-taking. The time for helping Ukraine and American energy was months ago. Then Biden administration support for robust U.S. production might have helped deter Moscow from thinking that European nations were so dependent on Russian energy they might do less to oppose Russia as the aggressor. Instead, the administration discouraged American energy. For more than a year, it has halted new federal leasing, key to future energy investment and production. It canceled energy infrastructure, blocked development in parts of Alaska, entertained new taxes to punish the U.S. energy industry, and chilled future investment by signaling that oil and gas would not be part of America's future energy mix. All last summer, the administration called on OPEC Plus, the oil cartel, to increase its production more rapidly in the face of rising energy costs, bypassing the American producers. Let me go back and mention, readdress Anwar. We lost Don Young, had a wonderful service tribute to him. It was a great funeral, great service for a great man. Don Young, I got to sit beside him for years in natural resources because I became the second most senior person on natural resources. And since I made Republican leaders mad, they were not going to allow me to be chairman. And so we sit by seniority. So I sat by Don Young for years. And Don would get so upset when people would pretend to speak for tribal groups in Alaska or for the Alaskan people and saying they don't want Anwar. Well, there was one little tribe that didn't, but the rest sure did. And he would take members of Congress on trips to Anwar. So much of the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge area that was designated by the Carter administration. It is beautiful. It is pristine. There's wildlife in abundance. But Don always wanted to make sure that anybody that would listen and cared to know the truth could see for themselves in Alaska, okay, here's this massive wildlife area that's been set apart by Congress. Well, here's this little bitty area, comparatively, where the Carter administration said, you know what, there's nothing there, nothing can live there. This is a great spot, we'll allow drilling here. Yet for decades, drilling was not allowed in the one place that it would have been okay to have drilling. And when the Trump administration says, hey, there was a designated place, and despite commercials where you see all this wonderful wildlife, that's not in the part designated for drilling. All the beautiful mountains and all, it's just, that's not the part designated by President Carter for drilling. And it would bless the heck out of Alaska and their people because of the revenue it would bring. It would be a blessing for America to further be independent and to further have the ability to encourage countries like Ukraine and to discourage countries like Russia from picking on them because we have enough of the energy needs. We can fill enough energy needs. They don't have to worry about begging a ruthless dictator like Putin has become. Yet, year after year, we've had people trying to stop it, and then once Biden was sworn in as president, he did the same thing. No, we're going to put that back off limit. It's really a shame. This article says the current situation is a reminder that American energy abundance requires foresight and planning, investment, and policy support. This is the path to sound energy policy that keeps America safe and strong and allows American energy to support its allies. And I'm hoping, since I'm not going to be in the next Congress, I'm hoping that the bill I filed years ago that would provide a big cash prize to whoever comes up with the method of storing massive amounts of electricity for long periods of time efficiently. I'm hoping that won't be so futuristic that we couldn't have a majority actually pass that. Because once we do that, there's no need for fossil fuels. We'll have all the energy we need, and you could even produce cars. And let's face it, natural gas is such an important feedstock for so many of the products we use every day that we have come to rely on as necessities, as essential, including things in vehicles themselves. And in fact, in Texas, our air and water have been getting cleaner year by year, and a lot of that is due to moving from oil and coal into natural gas, much cleaner. In fact, here are some oil and gas facts. In March of 2020, before the lockdowns began, the United States reached its highest level of energy production by January 2021. For the first time in nearly 50 years, U.S. was producing more oil than we were consuming. In just over a year, we've seen a 4% surplus of domestic oil and gas production fall to 4% oil and gas deficit. President Biden directed the Secretary of the Interior to halt new oil and gas leases on public lands and waters. President Biden canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, which would have transported 830,000 barrels of oil per day from Alberta to refineries on the Gulf Coast of Texas. The Biden administration has created significant regulatory uncertainty by threatening new, excessive, burdensome regulations on the oil and gas industry, including the EPA methane rule and the DOI waste prevention rule. The Biden administration has rescinded Trump administration permitting improvements, including the NEPA reforms, the WOTUS reforms, and the ESA reforms. Federal Energy Regulatory Commission has failed to approve natural gas pipeline applications, leading to a backlog of pending applications that discourage economic growth and new energy development. U.S. Department of Interior scrapped the Trump administration decision that authorized expanded leasing and development in the Alaska National Wildlife Refuge and the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska. The price of gasoline has risen from an average of $2.38 under President Trump to approximately $3.53 today. Well, it's a lot higher than that. I noticed we're around $5 around here. This is the largest year-over-year price rise in 30 years and leaves little room to absorb the impact of potential massive oil and gas sanctions on Russia. So those are some facts. And I want to touch on one other matter here regarding, well, this is the name of the article, Republicans Expose Uncommon CDC Teachers Union's Ties on COVID School Reopening Guidance in Report. And this is from Jessica Chasmiller, March 30th. Republicans accuse Walensky, Dr. Walensky, of downplaying the degree to which CDC departed from past practice to allow AFT to affect the policymaking process. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC officials' testimony claimed that the agency coordinated with teachers' unions at an extraordinary level in crafting its school reopening guidance, despite the agency's earlier claims that such coordination was routine and non-political. Republicans wrote that emails between the American Federation of Teachers, the White House, and the CDC showed that the AFT's cozy relationship with the Biden administration's political leadership at the CDC positioned the union to impose line-by-line edits to the reopening guidance, despite CDC's past practice to keep draft guidance confidential. So we find out the mental and physical suffering of children due to 2 years of closed schools in some places. We can, again, go back to some of the teachers' unions that helped bring that about. And article from Daily Caller, Nicole Silverio. Apparently, NBC actually edited photos of Leah Thomas to look more like a woman. That's what Erica Denhoff alleged in the NBC's Today show. They photoshopped her work to make transgender swimmer Leah Thomas look more feminine. And then this has application to January 6th, work by the FBI. We still need to get to the bottom. Those who committed crimes, harmed the Capitol, need to be punished. But those that didn't, so many appear to be sought and persecuted, not just prosecuted. It's gotten kind of strange. But Julie Kelly has a March 10th article about the Governor Gretchen Whitmer alleged kidnapping plot and the trial that was going on about that. And it became clear during opening statements the defense could not argue their case without explaining the deep involvement of the FBI's confidential human resources. So the judge reversed his ruling, telling the jury it won't be possible to draw a line between the government proving their case and entrapment. One FBI official told his supervisor he planned to conduct a terrorism enterprise investigation into the loose band of misfits with no solid plans, much less ability to do anything nefarious at that time. The alleged ringleader, Adam Fox, lived in a ramshackle basement of a vacuum repair shop with his 2 dogs. If he needed to go to the bathroom or brush his teeth, he had to use facilities at the Mexican restaurant next door. But secret gatherings and out-of-town excursions, courtesy of the FBI and U.S. taxpayers, animated the scheme. And then she goes on to explain the extent to which the FBI and U.S. taxpayers paid to have meetings to try to bring the conspiracy to kidnap Governor Whitmer into actually going forward. And it really is shocking and does raise a serious question. When you have a dozen or so FBI informants or employed people, many getting paid in cash and benefits, tens of thousands of dollars. Is it a plot then by the FBI, or is it really a plot by the people that didn't have the ability without the FBI to do anything about it? So it's a sad time when the FBI seems to be using taxpayer resources to create events that would not happen without their involvement. So there's a lot of oversight that needs to be done, a lot of house cleaning that needs to be done. It doesn't look like that will be happening anytime soon. I'm grateful that we're beginning to see again some of our friends across the aisle getting back to basics and concern about civil rights that have been abused by government entities. But we've got a lot of work to do, and I hope that we will at least come together in stopping the federal government from being the source from which criminal plots are made available and potentially real. And, Madam Speaker, with that, I would yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
Thank you. And so you understand, I have to make a plane, so I won't be here for the whole 30 minutes. So in case anybody else cares, it'll probably be more like 15 minutes. Before addressing the issues I wanted to talk about today, I want to one more time talk a little bit about vitamin D, because earlier today I talked to Dr. Emil Dror from Israel about a study that he conducted. The study is absolutely amazing. In Israel, about 45% of the population is vitamin D deficient, and that's really deficient. That by deficient, they mean less than 20 nanograms per milliliter. About 75% of the Israeli population has vitamin D less than 30 milligrams per nanoliter. In any event, he looked, it wasn't a huge study, but he looked and see how people who had adequate levels of vitamin D performed once they came into the medical system compared to people who were under that 20 nanograms. He found people who were vitamin D deficient, which is almost half of the Israeli population, were 14 times more likely to have severe or critical COVID than the people who were above 20 nanograms per milliliter. As far as people who died, 25% of the people who were hospitalized and were vitamin D deficient died, compared to only 2.3% of those who had adequate vitamin D. Think about that. You were 11 times more likely to die if you were vitamin D deficient. When he looked at adequate pre-level hospitalization for vitamin D, it was a better predictor of how you would turn out than having COPD, having diabetes, or having congestive heart failure. Unbelievable what a great predictor it was. Nevertheless, continued our kind of asleep public health establishment has still not talked about this like they could have. We recently went over 1 million deaths in the United States attributed to COVID, but we can't talk about the fact that, and he's not the only doctor who feels that way, you could have cut that number in half, or maybe well-timed more than half, if out of the chute, well before we had such things as vaccines, we knew about vitamin D being good for people back in April or May of 2020. And if they had spent some of these advertising dollars they spent on other things, on masks or whatever, they could have, I believe, saved half the lives. I right now personally know 9 people have died of COVID. And I can't help but think how many of those people, or which of those people, would have survived if they had publicized the importance of taking vitamin D. Now, of course, I also asked the doctor how much vitamin D you should take. He felt for people in good shape, it would be 2,000 to 3,000 international units. If you are overweight, because the fat cells absorb the vitamin D, you should take more, maybe 4,000 or more international units. He points out that even if you're in the sun, one of the things that creates so many people in Israel to be vitamin D deficient is, as in the United States, so many people take sunscreen. And it's important to protect yourself for skin cancer, but you have to remember, if you're one of these people who puts sunscreen all over yourself, even in a sunny climate, you're not going to get adequate vitamin D levels. He is a very important doctor. He has a PhD in genetics. He's also a medical doctor. He also has degrees in molecular biology. So you're talking about a real sharp guy here. If we had on-the-ball press corps paying attention today, they should give him a call in Israel. He loves to talk to people about this, and you could get something that's very important in your local newspapers. If anybody connected to the public health establishment is hearing this speech, they should give my office a call. We'll give the contact information. It would have been better if this sort of stuff were out there 2 years ago, but the COVID infection rate goes up and down. We're on a downswing right now, though we're not as low as we were last July. So I still think, and vitamin D helps prevent other diseases as well. I realize a lot of the medical establishment in the United States does not like to focus on things in which people don't make a lot of money. But for people who want to save lives, there's still time to get the story of vitamin D out there. And I certainly think every major or minor newspaper in the United States should be covering it. He happened to be mentioned that we got something on the New York Post, but it should be in more than just the New York Post. Now, right now we have our president, who I watched a little bit on yesterday, focusing on Transgender Day, saying how important it was. We talk about transgenders to first and second graders. I mean, I can't believe that's where we are as a country. That's what President Biden felt was important to talk about. I'm going to talk about some other issues, some suggestions that President Biden might want to adapt as something he could talk about a little bit more. I continue to believe the border is the biggest crisis America faces today. In February, we let about 72,000 people, including gotaways, into the country. ICE also releases people into the interior, and right now the administration does not release those numbers. So we'll say 70,000 on the low side. That's in this February. 2 years ago, we were a little over 10,000, well under 20,000 being let in February. So we're at a situation right now where about 4 times as many people per month are coming in the country. But, and I'll point out, we're not always getting the best. The last time I was down there, I walked down a path that the people coming here illegally walked down. It was littered with photo IDs being thrown away. Chile, Brazil, Colombia, wherever. But we are about to have a situation become much, much worse. We are about to get rid of what we refer to as Title 42, and that means that people who are coming here will no longer be held up because of the COVID threat. There is a concern that the number of people coming here will be about 18,000 a day being let in, or 500,000 in a month. So I think we have the biggest crisis in this country, allowing 70,000 people who are unvetted coming in this country. We're about to go from 70,000 to 500,000 a month. And our president is focusing on, are we doing enough to educate second graders about transgenders? I would hope the press corps would drill them on these questions again and again, Who is going to pay for these people? How is it fair for the people who are trying to come in this country appropriately? What are you going to do about people who are coming here who perhaps are breaking the law? And I haven't touched on the fact that while we're focusing right now on people coming in the country, we are now having a fraction as many people being deported as we were before. So that's another problem that we have to address. In any event, I hope the press zeroes in when they have a chance to talk to President Biden on what he's going to do, since his own administration is estimating 18,000 a day people are going to come here. Other things he's doing to encourage people to come here. We know in the Build Back Better bill that he was promoting, he was trying to get people who come here illegally to get free college. We know as a practical matter when you come here, because if you're sick, we take you to the hospital, you'll get free health care. I think in probably virtually every state in the country, certainly in Wisconsin, if you are ill and show up at the emergency room, they will treat you. So you're getting free health care, perhaps free college. It's just a disaster. It is the end of America. They talk right now about this happening the second half of May. America's got to look out. Like I said, we're heading towards the point where we could have as many as 500,000 people a month coming here, the end of America. The other crisis that we should be looking at, not quite as important as the border, but close, is the amount of inflation. We had President Biden show us his new budget. In that new budget, we're talking about a 12% increase in non-discretionary spending. It's not rocket science as to where this inflation is coming from. When you spend money excessively and the Federal Reserve has to print money, you're going to get inflation. I had naively hoped at the beginning of the year, after the huge excessive spending the last 2 years, that the Republicans and Democrats would get together and hold discretionary spending to even. And of course, mandatory spending is going to go up anyway as the population ages, more money spent on Medicare, more money spent on Social Security. But nope, I didn't get my wish of 0% increase. A 12% increase in non-defense discretionary. What does that mean? It means we're going to continue to have the Fed print more and more money. We have a graph here to look at. It shows the year-over-year increase in M2, one measure of the amount of money in the system, which of course directly leads to inflation. You will look during the 1970s, and I was alive in the 70s, there might have been a 7% increase year over year in the size of the monetary supply. You look where we are right now, we're just short of a 40% increase. I mean, look at where we are now compared to the 1970s and how difficult it was to get that inflation out of the system in the late 70s and particularly the early 80s. It really did take a real economic downturn to make the dollar have any value again. That's what it took in the 1980s, if you remember that downturn, that recession. Can you imagine how difficult it's going to be to give the dollar adequate value again? Not only that, as I look in that budget, it's a divisive it's a divisive budget. One more time, we have program after program aimed at certain groups, not all Americans across the board, as our forefathers would want. When I go back home, I talk to a restaurateur. He's got a little restaurant. He has chin up. He doesn't want to be publicized. He felt during the COVID stuff he was denied a $30,000 grant because of his race. Of course, he was a white guy. But this is the type of thing that page after page after page of this proposed budget throws out. Again, we have to focus on some people rather than other people, which is one of the reasons why I do feel, in addition to his incompetence at the border, in addition to his incompetence with regard to inflation, in addition to the fact that I think he's done a bad job at COVID, as illustrated by the fact that he's been there well over a year and still they haven't adequately publicized vitamin D. President Trump should have been doing that as well, quite frankly. But despite all these other problems, he for sure has become a divisive president, trying to lower the opinion of the police by saying that they're racist. In any event, these are things that we should be focusing on right now. I must leave in a second due to the flight, but I will make one more comment on the Ukraine. It is my belief, talking to other congressmen in this chamber, as well as talking to people in the Biden administration, that they are not adequately preparing for the end of the Ukraine war. The longer the war goes on, the more people die, the more both the Ukraine and Russian economies are shattered. You look at all the bombs going off in Ukraine, you can imagine how long it's going to take to rebuild that country. We therefore, it should be obvious that, like any war, eventually an armistice is going to be signed, an agreement is going to be met. I don't think enough exercise, enough time is being put into bringing both sides to the table and working towards an agreement. And as soon as an agreement is reached, it will benefit both of these countries as well as the rest of the world. So I strongly encourage the Biden administration to see what they can do. I appreciate what France has done. I appreciate what Israel has done, is trying to broker a deal. And there was a time when the United States was the world leader, I still like to think we're the world leader, in which we would get involved in brokering a deal. Certainly brokering a deal before this whole war gets so out of line that it begins to affect the rest of the world as easily as it could if it would become a world war. And like I said, every day that goes by, the more people die, the more equipment that's destroyed, it increases the chance that things will get out of line. So I beg the Biden administration to exert a little bit of leadership towards trying to get this war to end. We all wish the Ukrainians were doing well, but ultimately an agreement will have to be signed. I'm all for helping the Ukrainians. I have certainly voted for billions of dollars, which will be used for that by that country. But I'm sure the people there will be happy when the war is over. So I'd like to thank you for the time. I yield the remainder of my time, and looks like we're going to adjourn shortly.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday next for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.